everyone. I hope you are doing well. I get to press this button to be in Penpa mode for the first time in many ages. Uh, it does seem it's very quiet. Oh, Tristan's gonna have to fix something if it's very quiet. Uh, it's fine. Okay. Uh, Alrighty. Uh, we have this math pesto puzzle. If you're relatively new around here, you might not remember that there was this puzzle, there's this puzzle software called Penpa that looks like this that we used to use somewhat regularly because there were a lot of things that Sudoku Pad could not do. But fortunately, since then, that has largely been fixed. And so actually what you can do is you can actually make your puzzles in Penpa and then actually just export them to Sudoku Pad and do them there. However, now there is... we have to get the bet trio. We have to turn on shape mode. 1 second. Yes, Sven and Mark Tech Fan. However, Sven and Mark Tech Fan have not yet made it to... Sven and Mark have not yet made it to allowing hexagons in Sudoku Pad, so we have to wait for that before we can do this sort of puzzle in there. Now, also, if you're a fan of the channel, this is the original bet tree. So bet tree's begun because I wanted a way to mark a bet cell in Penpa, and I found the tree, and I was like, well, I'm just going to use that for a bet tree, and then without explanation, just did so. And then this led to Chameleon creating the bet tree app for Sudoku Pad, so that now Sudoku Pad also has bet trees that come in a variety of flavors. So anyway, you have yes, you'll have to provide the trans pride yourself. That is exactly right, Tristan. So the upshot of all of this is that you've gotten lots of zetamath lore today, in addition to other things. I should also mention that at the end of stream today, that is in about 4 hours, Rangsk and I are doing a live premiere of our Perdoku stream, of our Perdoku solve. So we'll be streaming that over on Rank's channel, and then Rangsk and I will be there chatting, so you can watch myself and Rangsk from the past while chatting with Rangsk and I of the future, and we will do that. It will be a fun time. I think it will be a very cool video. Alrighty. As always, we begin with the puzzle with the most votes, although today there was a tie. But we went with this one for no other reason than last time I had chosen this one because there was a tie, but then someone at the last second went and snuck it, so this wasn't involved in the tie, and then I didn't do it. So today we are going to do it. And so the supporters who voted for this puzzle are Chef of Death, Doomdiat, Luda, Josh, Jay, Math Pesto, and David. So thank you all for your support. Much appreciated. Enjoy people sizing up what the tree is going to be. Lots of speculation about the things. So no giant square grid with arrows today. So Selena will presumably be very happy with the giant hex grid with arrows. Ooh, Jay betting that it is a dreaded shame monomino. We shall see. All right, so we need to divide the cells into polyominoes so that no two polyominoes of the same size share an edge. So this is a Fillomino puzzle at heart. So I can do that, for example. And if I did that, it would mean that all 3 of these contained the digit 3. Although I'd probably do it in Sudoku mode if I could. Now, one of the nice things about about Penpa as opposed to Sudoku Pad is it will actually let me, if I turn the thing on, it will actually let me fill in a 13, which sounds great until you realize that in this mode, for reasons that are completely inexplicable to me, you can't drag select. So although it sounds useful to be able to enter a 13, actually, in order to enter it, you have to enter a 13 in all the freaking 13 cells, and that's not really any more practical than any of the other tools that we have available. So I probably won't use that for 13, and we'll probably still do the weird corner mark, center mark thing that we do. Yeah, so just random Penpa stuff. All right, so we need to divide the cell into polyominoes. Again, every omino will contain its size, and two ominoes of the same size can't share an edge. The number in a cell with an arrow equals the amount of borders between polyominoes in that direction. Edges of the grid do not count towards that total. Yes. Yeah, I think Jay is completely right. The reason why it's that way is because if there were different numbers filled in, it would not be clear what the number mode should do if you filled it in. But it could let you mass select a bunch of cells that have exactly the same number mode numbers in them, and then it should know what to do. But sadly, that is not the world we live in. If a cell contains arrows pointing in multiple directions, each direction counts separately. Usually if a cell containing 2 has an east arrow and a southwest arrow, there are 2 borders in each direction. Okay, so we don't sum, we just do that. Okay. So we should look for things like this that I think has to be, oh, this could be a 1 or a 2, right? I think this can be this can only be a 1 though. This can only be a 1 because the border doesn't count. And we just said that we don't add, they're separate. So I believe this is a 1, and we get to do a 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo, whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo, whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Let's see. So now we get to decide exactly how we're going to do this. So we will gray the cell. Let's see. We should probably put a thick border around it like that. There we go. Ooh, Isabella at 11 months. Wow. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Isabella. Let's get you a fan dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Woohoo! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Thank you, Isabella. I can't believe it's been 11 months. Wow, I remember when you were new around to the chat, and apparently that was a long time ago now. So awesome. Well, thank you for your support. The shame omino dance. Yes, indeed, the shame omino dance of 1s. Did I bump the mic away? There we go. I can put the mic back. All right, so there is, so this is a minimum of 2 because we already see 2 borders. This now is 2 because it can't be 1 anymore. So let's fill that in. And then let's fill in the 2 borders that we know are there. That one and that one, because there's no other places to put borders. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just string the whole border like this, just for the benefit of chat members. Oops. I was going to say that, and then I was going to leave 2 just hanging off the edge. Now, my instinct was, oh, so I've got that there, so the 2 is going to go to one of these 2, but of course the 2 cannot go to one of those. That was very satisfying, I admit, to watch the ka-choo sort of thing going on. These 2 are part of the same omino because this can't be a monomino, and that's not part of that omino. Is a thing I notice. So we get sort of, this is sort of a group omino. Oh, there's already one here. That's already the one. So that's, oops, sorry. So this is also part of that omino. Aha. So, because this one that points in this direction is telling me that those are not distinct. This is only 1 or 2 I should fill in because of the way that numbers work. Right. And now this is another shame omino because it can't join these. Let's see oops, sorry. This is another of the great Shemaminos, or the wretched Shemaminos, depending on your political preferences. Let's see. So this is not 1, but it could be 2 or 3, I believe. This is, sorry, 2 or 3. It was not meant to be an actual 3. It was meant to be a center marked 2 or 3. Oh yeah, that's a good point. J40 has an excellent point. If this was a 1, it's a 2. Because if this is a 1, I also put an edge there, which then makes it a 2. So it's not. So it is a 2. I love that, which then lets us fill in that edge as well. No shame in the Monomino game. This is 1, 2, 3. This is also a 2 or a 3. I think this is also a 2 or a 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is also... Oh, sorry. This one could actually be a 1. No, it can't be a 1 for the J40 reason. If this was a 1, it would make itself a 2. And this is at least 2. But could be 3. So this is also a 2 or a 3. So one of these has to be a 2, and one of them has to be a 3, regardless of how the world works out. Because otherwise, we've got serious issues, as they say. This is a 2 or a 3, actually, because I know there's not a border there. So this is also a 2 or a 3. Oh, this is a 1 or a 2, and I just never noticed that this is a 1 or a 2. So there's like almost no borders over down here. That's interesting. Let's see. Right. Ambrose has a good point. I realize this is going to be a really complicated puzzle for chat because you've got to describe things, and if you say it's row 18, column 19, I'm probably not going to be able to figure it out. But Ambrose has described that this 2 grows to one of these 2 cells for sure, and whichever one it is, it touches this cell and means this can't be a 2 anymore. So this is always a 3. And so that is going to buy us that edge. For sure. That did not immediately do as many things as I had hoped that it would. Okay, this digit is not a 1 or a 3. So it's either a 2 or it's big, and it can't be big. Okay, so this cell has to be a 2. This is a kind of standard Fillomino thing, but you might not see it if you don't look at this. This cell, it's not a 1 or a 3 because of borders. If it's not a 2, it's at least a 4, but neither of these cells are 4. So if this was at least a 4, it would grow like this, but in so doing, it would break the 2. So actually, this is the 2, which is going to let us sort of finish our domino. There's no shame in dominoes. So we've got that, but that gives us another shame monomino. Womp womp. That we can sort of fill in. And now this is a 3. And so if that's a 3, we have to put in all of those, right? 1, 2, 3. And so this 3, oh no, this 3 doesn't have, this 3 grows to one of these 2. But this thing that was a 2 or a 3 now has to be a 2 because it's touching a 3. Now, certainly this is not the same as this because this thing is that. Why is that 2 not a 4? Which 2? How far back? This one, this cell. I have just mismarked this cell. This cell, I don't know what it is. I just know it's not, yeah, I don't know if it's, I don't know that it's a 2 or a 3. I just know it's not a 3 now. You're right. Yeah, I pencil marked that, but not for any good reason, I don't think. I think I pencil marked it just recreationally. So I've got all of those, but yeah, I agree. I don't think I gave a good reason why this this couldn't be part of this being a 4. So it now is 2 or 4, actually. Because if this is not a 2, then it does grow into this, but then this is done because there's nowhere else it could grow, I believe. Okay, so this is a 3 or a 4 for sure. If this is a 4, then that's a 1. And if this is a 3, then that would also have to be a 3. So this cell's a 1 or a 3, depending on whether this is a 3 or a 4. This digit is a 1, 2, or 3, just based on what happens going down there. This digit is now a 2 or a 3, because it's not a 1, because it touches a 1. Let's see. Oh, this 1 here is huge, because the 1 tells me that I actually get a giant omino that looks like that. So no edges come down over there. So yeah, so all of these are part of the same omino to the east as well. Oh, right. The 1 also points this way. And so the consequence of that 1 pointing this way is that this is also a 3. And if that's also a 3, then now there already are 3, so that's also a 3, and we can edge in this 3 like that. I do find the like dragging lines across the hex thing really really satisfying, as Isabella said earlier. Maybe we'll just do a stream later where we just do Zeta drags edges along hex grids in Penpa as a like supporter stream or something. It's so much more satisfying than doing it across like square grids for whatever reason. This is a 1 or a 2. I'm going to fill in because I see that, yeah. Like something like ASMR for the eyes or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, so this is big. Okay, so this is big. This is at least 5, but this arrow can't be much more than 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, it has to be 5. Yeah, so this is a minimum of 5 because of the green line, but it's a maximum of 5 because of the arrow. So actually, we get some some big 5s. And that will give us a bunch of edges. Whee! Yay! Thank you for this giant, this lanky 5 omino so that we get to drag in the edges. It's very, very exciting. So we get to, we'll make this one yellow this time. Oh, sorry, no, we can't make it yellow. What am I talking about? That would be nuts. Can make it green. And that will fill in all of the edges. Like that. So this now, sorry, I need to like switch to the mode where I can highlight the cell. This cell now is at least a 6, but it can't be larger than 6 because there's not more than 6 cells. So in fact, this is a 6. And so, in fact, all of these are 6, and that's a 1. And we get to fill in these. This can be yellow. Boop, doop, doop. like that. Another Shamamino. Oh, and that lets me fill in this cell, because now I know that this is a 3, if I counted that correctly. The one I keep wanting to do is I keep wanting to set, and it might be the next Fillomino I set, a Fillomino where what the arrows tell you is the number of Fillominos that border the Fillomino. So rather than counting borders, count the number of different ominoes that border it. I saw for a second a thing that I thought was fixed, but maybe I missed it. Okay. Well, that's a 3 at the very least. Oh, yes, all of these are free. Yes, Acid Helm points out. I can count, I guess. This is going to be a 2. This is going to be a 3 and then a 4. That's not a 5, and then that's a 6. I mean, it could be a 5. Who knows? It would be cruel if it was a 5, though, to not give it to me. This is a 1, 2, or a 3, I'm going to notice. This is a 1, 2, or a 3, I'm going to notice. This is only a 1 or a 2, actually. Top line arrow also. Oh, this one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this one. Good point, Lakia. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5. Ooh. It's Casey's day. So that 5 has to grow out there and there in order to finish. So we can edge in this. We can make it green for Casey. We can finish our 2ing up here. Sudoku 2. Okay, so now I probably know what happens somewhere. Right, this is not a 4 anymore. Somehow magically again I was lucky, and I got it right even though I made a horrible deduction, but I was actually right. Okay, so if this were a 2, that would be okay. Funnily enough, if this is a 2 or a 3, it works. If this is a 2 or a 3, it works. That's obnoxious. Both of these work whether they're a 2 or a 3. Of course, really these are a 2-3 pair. Hey, Amphirio. I enjoyed your 6x6 last time. Oh, this number is a 2. It is fillable completely because I can just count. So there's only 2 edges in this whole direction. That's crazy. I don't think they can be a 3-3 pair because if they're a 3-3 pair, it breaks this 2. So I think these are literally a 2-3 pair. Let's see. I don't really think this can be a 2. But I don't really want to prove it. But my thought is I could probably prove that this 3, 4, and 6 all have to butt their butts out into here. Actually, fine. That's a good enough proof. The 3, the 4, and the 6 all need to butt their butts out into here. Oh, right. There's a much, much easier way to do this. Never mind. Rather than trying to prove some complicated geometric argument, if I put a 2 here, it would be size 3 because of that 2. Okay, that's much easier. Thank you, Math Pesto, for not making me do it the way that I was thinking about. I was thinking about that since before I filled in this 2, but then I didn't notice that filling in this 2 spared me from doing that. So that's going to let me extend the 3. Jay Dyer says, to be fair, she was busy writing in my proof before I spotted that. Okay. Thank you. That makes me feel better because that's a 4. That's a 3. Okay, so let's draw in our shadings, blue and red, and edge in some of this. Oh, the 1, 2, and the 4 are probably not the same. Is that 3 actually the maximum? No, the 3 is not quite the maximum. This cell can't be the 4. I know it can't be the 4. So the fact that this can't be the 4 is enough to tell me that that's a 2, even if I don't know exactly what's happening in my life. So that is a 2 uh, going in that direction. And so now this is a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 3 because it touches a 3, so it is a 2. Bam. And so we get that coming around like that. Now this isn't a 2. Yeah, we usually don't color things until they're done, but we're going to have to arrive at a color for 4 for when it finishes. So people can debate what color we want 4 to be, but unfortunately we don't have Hunter or Jam Jam Rust or anything, any of the exciting characters that we have come to know and love to choose from. But we can do our best to sort of amble on. Let's see. It's an uncolored 2. Yes. So the 2 can't grow down to either of these points, right? Or either of those cells, Rangsk points out. So that's very wise. Okay, and so now this cell is at least 3, so it's going to grow out, and so therefore it's at least 4. Well, this number is not at least 4. So that's not that number, and so this line grows out again. But now this number I can just calculate. It's a 3. And so my 2 goes here. And I get to do that and edge these in. Oh boy. Okay, so there's only one more edge in this entire row. Okay, so this row only has one edge left because of that 2, and that edge is with the 3. So at worst, because this 3 has to end before the end of the row. So at worst, the 3 goes out here, and even in that case, all of these are part of one omino. Yeah, the trying to describe exactly what happened, or exactly what cell people are talking about is quite challenging in this puzzle, but that's all part of the fun, I suppose. See, this arrow, this arrow is 1, 2, 3. It's at least a 4. But I think it can only be a 4 or a 5. I could probably break one of those. But yeah, I agree that 5 is the most, because if I put an edge in every possible place, it's 4 or a 5. Oh, and it's not a 5. Good spot, because it would be a 5 touching a 5, so it has to be a 4. Good. So when I said we can probably disprove one of those, it turned out that we actually, in fact, could disprove one of those. The royal we, the we that included chat to point out that the 5 was touching a 5, which was very appreciated. So we've got all of that situated. So the 4 finishes in one of these 2 cells. Do I know anything about this? So if this is a 3, I need a border there. Otherwise, this is a 4. Oh, it can't be a 4. Right. So the thing to notice is, what are the possible counts of this? It's a 2 or a 3, but it's touching a 2, so it has to be a 3, which is going to be huge. So I was thinking I was going to disprove it being a 3 because it was going to be so forcing with this, but it's actually better. It is a 3, and so I get to take advantage of the fact that the 3 can't grow up to there. And so we get to do that. Like that. And so this thing is at least a 3, but it's not a 3, so it's actually a minimum of 4. So it's going to grow like that for whatever that is worth. This thing is also, if you look at it, this thing is also not a 3. Because I know there's an edge here that I just didn't draw in. But if I look at this, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 already. So this is a minimum of 4. I'm just going to write a 4 in the center just to say that this is a minimum of 4, which will assuredly not confuse. Oh, actually, sorry. In In Penpa exactly, I can do this trick. I can write, nope, nope, nope. 4 plus. There we go. I can actually write 4 plus in there just to make it so that I don't actually get confused about what it is that my pencil marks are saying. So that is also a 3 because the 3 has to grow somewhere. This thing is going to have to grow there for sure. Oh, in fact, actually, I probably just know what number it is now, don't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the 4 plus now just is 5. So that's a 5. It's a 5. So now this 3 grows, and that's a 3. And so now this 2 grows, and so that's a 2. And this 3 grows, and so now that's a 3. And I get to do a good bit of edging and coloring. Yes, my love?
Just to let you know, I think chat is broken.
Oh, no. What? Some people are still talking in chat.
That's good. It's broken for me and for Rangsk.
I see. Test. Ambrose says test. Oh, sorry. I don't know that the 5 doesn't go there. Test, test, test. If you're having errors with chat, you may have to refresh the stream. But it seems to be back. Chat did get very quiet there for a moment. All right. Sorry, this 2 is blue. Let me not create a disaster. Okay, so we have averted the disaster by filling in the 2. Alrighty. Is it a problem if this is a 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not immediately. Hopefully YouTube improves chat. That would be very good if YouTube improved chat. That would be very helpful. I am not the most optimistic. Okay, this cell here can't be very large now because it's at most 3. Is the point that chat is making. And because this cell is at most 3, this green line, which is not a 2 or a 3 or a 1, has to grow not into that cell. That is the thing that chat was seeing that I was not seeing. And so that forces this to be the 3 because this triomino has to grow somewhere, and now it can only grow there. And so we get to edge that in. And so that's a 4. We could edge that in. And so we can color the 3s. And now, at long last, we get to declare that 4 is purple. Yes. Any errors in suggestions are definitely YouTube's fault. I 100% believe that. Let's see. Okay, so this thing is going to have to grow in some... Oh, and so I actually know there's an edge here, and I just know what the number is the point. Because this thing is not a 2 or a 3, and so therefore there's an edge. But now I can just count 1, 2, 3. This is a weird puzzle. I keep being like, I don't know what this number is, but I can just sort of fill in the possibilities. And then somehow filling in the possibilities tells me what the number is. This is a very strange sort of puzzle in a delightful way. Strange is kind of my jam in these sorts of puzzles, so I won't complain. The length 3 green line has an arrow with a known value. Yes, it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seems to be a 6. I'm going to go with 6. This is a known value now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is now a 4 while I'm filling in things that have known values. Probably this 5 is going to take this cell, but I don't quite see it yet. This line grows east 1 more. Why? Oh, because the 2 already sees its 2. Right, right. The 2, we have finished the 3 that the 2 was counting. Right, right, right. And it's not 6. Because if it were 6, it would actually be 17 or something. Very good, very good. Chad is doing a very good job of keeping track of what clues I've actually used and not used, as they so often do. So let's see. Is this 6 actually forced? Is it... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's one unused edge in this thing. Let's see. Can the 6 take this cell? I should write in what this can be. So this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is 4 or 5, I think. But it's only 4 if 6 is 4, I think. Yeah, this is only 4 if it's 6. So I think it's always 5. I think that's the way the logic in this puzzle works, if I understand it correctly. So we get to move the 6 up there, which finishes the 6. And now the 6 gets a color. Actually, sorry. First we remove the line. Then the 6 gets a color. The 6 can be orange. I do really like, as much as Penpa has many issues with coloring, I do like the colors they have chosen for their limited palette. Oh, 6 is already yellow. People are correct. 6 is already yellow. Sorry, orange. Your time will come, hopefully. And unless there are no ominoes of size greater than 6, then orange's time will never come. But I suspect there is an omino of size greater than 6. Please respond to Rangsk. If I place random shapes in the grid, people can give nearby shapes. I can do that. Let's see. Let me pull up. Oh, why is the thing the shape panel has gone away? This is another common thing. Let's see. Panel. Somewhere in here it says panel. There we go. Panel. There we go. Okay, so we can place a moon and a light bulb and a bomb. I know people are fond of the bombs. And a pentagon. And a shaded square. And an X. And a triangle. There we go. Okay, so that will let people give some sort of indication as to where things are. 13 will be orange. That is a good guess. Oh, there's one just above the mode buttons. Oh, there is. Wow, you're right. That would have saved me so much pain in the past if I had known about that. Although maybe you said it's new. Okay. Diagonal arrow pointing northeast. Northeast would be that way. It's not a bet bomb, it's a geography bomb. 2 northwest of the X. This one. Okay, got it. So this is, let's count. It's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's at least 6, but it's only 6 if this is also 6. So it's actually 7. Did I count that right? I think I counted that correctly. So I can edge in the 7. Okay, this now. Thank you, ELSF. 1, 2, and then 3 or 4. Okay, so this is not, under no circumstances is this a 7. Let's start with that. So now this is 1, 2, 3. This is 3 or 4 only. So in particular, it's not part of the 13 omino up there. This 13 omino is going to have to really book it to get to the bet tree to make the 13 people win, but it might. Stranger things have happened. This one also is by value. It's being pointed out by Emily. 1, 2, 3. And so this is also 3 or 4. So that also says the 7 doesn't go that way, which means the 7 always goes this way, because if the 7 doesn't take this cell, then the 7 is at most 3. Oh, no, sorry. The 7 can take the X. Never mind. Sorry. In my brain, 7 couldn't take the X, but the 7 can take the X. Someone's saying I know what this arrow is, I think. I don't know if I do. I think this one I should know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a minimum of 6. But it could be larger than 6. Let's go back in number mode and write our 6 plus again. Just to remind myself that it's not the 5. Wait a minute. How is this possibly going to work? Okay. So now, if this isn't a 5, it's now broken. Because this 6 plus actually blocks the 5. The 5 if the 5 doesn't go here. So the 5, if this is not part of the 5 would do this and would kill the 4 region. So my 5 has to grow there. Like that. Now, my 4 has to take this, or it's not enough cells. My 4 has to take this, or it's not enough cells. My 5 has to take that, or it's not enough cells. So we can restrict all of that. Okay, now maybe I should look at this arrow now. It's 1, 4, or 5. It's probably not 1. And so could it be 5? Well, we've got at most 1, 2, 3, 4. It can't be 4. Or sorry, it can't be 5. 5 would be too many, because 5 would be everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I don't have a thing in everything. So therefore, this is a 1 or a 4. But again, it can't be a 1 because I already know about 2 edges. So this is a 4, actually. And I get to do a little bit more coloring in. So let's see. 4s are purple. This 5 is going to be green, but it's not earned its stripes yet. This comes in like that. We know where the 5 grows, because the 5 can't grow there because that would be 2 5s touching each other. So the 5 actually grows there. Like that. Oh, wow. The 6 plus is actually done now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I get 7. Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. I was not going to see that for a while. So that's a 7. I'm going to guess this isn't 7, but let me fill in the 5 first. I don't think this can be 7, because this current is at most 1, 2, 3, 4. This is at most 4. And so it is 4, because there's always a border here. So we've got that going in like that. Oh, Chad is saying I should look at these 2 arrow cells and just fill in their candidates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 5 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 6 or 7. I don't think this can be 6, actually. Because if this was 6, this would also be 6, which would create a different problem than the problem we've been having before. But if this were 6, it would make that 6, which would make 2 6-ominoes kiss, which we don't allow. So that's a 7. And so that being a 7 means that is a border. Like that. That's probably a 7, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. let's see. This 5 certainly does not go and merge with this beast down here. 7 can go through the light bulb, though. There's a border for the 4. Do I know that there's a border up here for the 4? Let's see. So what about this direction? This direction, we know there's at least 1, 2, 3. But I bet we can prove there's more than 3 if we really try. The 4 just can't touch the other 4. So again, I'm spared the me and J. Dyer argument about how this cell has to be at least a blah, 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 because of the blah, blah, blah. Let's see. This cell surely can't be a 4, right? 1, 2, 3. There's certainly one over here, 4 and 5. Yeah, this one certainly sees at least 5 borders just by looking at it. 1, 2, 3. This one has to end before here, so that's 4. This one has to end before here, so that's 5. So this is 5 or more. 5 plus. And so 5 plus is not 4. Fun fact. Oh, and it's certainly not 5, actually. So it's actually 6 plus because it's touching a 5. Boop, boop. 6 plus now. Okay. So it's 8 plus. Don't see that yet. The 4 here. Yes. No, the 7 could be this 6 plus could be a 7. Right? I don't see why the 6 plus can't be a 7. This cell is quite large, I'm being told. Let's count it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I counted that right, did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is a minimum of 8, but I think it's actually much larger than 8. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong mode. I wanted 8 plus. And I think actually it's really 9 plus because I didn't count the border that's implied in here. So we've got that. Okay. Right. We have a 6 here is what Chad is pointing out. So this digit I can get by math because I know there's 6 edges down here because of that 6. I don't even have to think about it. And so that makes that a 7 and that an 8. And so this is 8 or 9, but therefore, wait, no. So yeah, so 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, so this is actually a 9 is the point. Got it. Southwest of the bomb is only a 4 if a 3-4 arrow is bigger than 4. Let's see. If this was a 4, we'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'd have to have nothing there. Yeah, if this tries to be a 4, these are all part of one omino, which creates a huge problem. So that's not the 4. So the 4 grows there is the point from Yabervin. Thank you. So we get those. And that's not a 4. I'm going to guess the 9 grows there, but who knows? Can I put a 9 on top of the bomb? I can put a 9 on top of the bomb. I mean, I don't think there is a 9 on top of the bomb, but who knows? There could be. Uh, yeah, Sarah, I hope you feel better soon. Purple 4 arrow in row 6. Needs 2 more borders seen. This one? 1, 2, 3. So it needs 1 more border seen. Row 6. This one? That one? Let's see. 7 grows. 7 does grow. That's true. So that's going to fill that in. And the 7 can't go there. So that's helpful, I think. Do I want to count a minimum on this? I mean, I don't really want to, but I probably should. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a minimum of 7, I believe. Where that's a quasi-intelligent minimum, but probably I could do better if I really had to. All right. The 5 always takes this cell regardless, because otherwise it's not finishing. Good spot to Emily. So that 5 always takes that, and in fact always takes that, which makes the 7 take that, which makes the 5 take that, which makes the 7 take that once I keep in mind that this thing has to grow because it's not a 7, and that finishes the 7. It does not finish the 7. I'm sorry, I can't count. That is 6. That's still true, though. All of those are still true. That's the one that's not true. But that I can still draw in like that. It's a small 6 region. Smaller than the average 6 region. Or sorry, smaller than the average 7 region. Oh, I could just fill in the digit. That would be helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, this is a 6. Agree. And 6 is not equal to 4. Fun fact. So we can come over here and clean up the line bit. Oh, and of course we've got all of this edging. Woo! More fun edging. Let's see. So the 5, 6 is 6. Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, ELSF, is the, just like someone should start coming out with 0-star Fillomino puzzles where it's a Fillomino on a hex grid, but all the digits are filled in to start, and all you have to do is draw the edges around all of them. I think that would be a very satisfying puzzle format. I think it would be popular. Just like a connect the dots kind of puzzle, but with filling in the edges, with Penpa filling in hex edges. I don't know why it's so much more satisfying to fill in hex edges than fill in straight edges, but it is somehow. It feels very like you can hear the sound, even though there's not like an actual sound, but you can sort of hear the very pleasing like a chunk as it sort of fills them all in. Lower southeast corner. This one can almost be counted. It's being pointed out. So let's write in the possibility. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So This, I think, is 7, 8, or 9, depending on how many of these things are filled in. And I think I can probably rule out one of those. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, the version where this is 7, I think required that 7 be in the same as this, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this can't be 7, because actually this is too, even though this number looks huge, it's not big enough to be part of the green region. For whatever that is worth. The arrow 2 cells northwest of moon cannot join the long green line. Oh, sorry, 2 cells northwest. It was the one I was filling in at the time. Sorry, my west and east are very bad, apparently. The 8 plus arrow in row 1 points at an unusual 4 clue, which is useful. 1, 2. Yes. So there need to be 2 more borders up here because of this 4, which is going to fill in these 2. Oops. Which is going to make this a 2. Dare I ask how long that has been there? People have been trying to get me to find a 4 clue with an arrow for what feels like a long amount of time. We finally found it. It's not there. And it's this 2 is actually forced the place it grows because of nearby 2s. So the 8 plus is now countable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is indeed a 10. So... Oh, I don't have Sudoku corner marks. I have to put on Sudoku corner marks so that I can mark this. This is a... Oops, why am I not... I just turned on Sudoku corner marks, didn't I? Yeah, why is Sudoku corner marks not showing up if I turned on Sudoku corner marks? What? I don't get it. I thought I told Penpa to turn on corner marks so that I could write in the whole thing, but Penpa is not... Oh, you can't put corner marks in hex? That's terrible. Atrocious. Too many corners? Okay, well, I guess we're just going to write in a 0 for 10. Yeah, fine. We can use number mode. It's a giant pain, but we'll do our best. Oops, I didn't want to do a screenshot. That's not what I wanted. 10. We'll write in 10. A is a good choice. I realize we've now spent more time trying not to waste time filling in the 10s than we would ever save by doing it the other way. I didn't color the 2s. Oops. I didn't color the 2s, and then worse, I decolored some random cells just to make it even worse. Okay, so the 10 presumably is going to like dance around all over the place in order to like I'm going to guess we're able to prove that these have to be 10 and 9 if I count a bunch. And this is a math pesto puzzle, so that probably means I'm actually going to have to do the counting to prove that. Yeah, exactly as Garion says, in almost exactly the same words I used, that, yeah, we're looking eerily close to having to do a painful counting argument at the top left with the 10 and the 9. Let's see. Hexadecimal would be very appropriate. That's true. Can you do a Sudoku A? I'm not actually sure if it will let you do a Sudoku A. It will, but not a capital A, apparently. You can only do a Sudoku lowercase a. I don't know if I like a lowercase a for hexadecimal. That might bother me. Oops. There we go. Okay. Truer words, Nordy. Truer words. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 or so. If I make this... So what I'm trying to decide first is I'm trying to decide if I can prove this 7 plus has to be a 9. Because if it's not a 9, then I've got like 26 cells up here. And in getting 26 cells up here, I'm going to have to like somehow get all of these cells down quite far because I'm not even at 26 yet. But I can't quite do that. So Ambrose is saying the other thing I thought, which is that that these probably have to be a 10 and a 9. Let's see. What is the smallest amount of space the 10 could finish in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the 10 I don't think needs to escape through the corridor. I think I can finish the 10 up here without problem. I think I got way more than enough space to finish the 10. One of them has to escape down here for sure. And yeah, the 9 can loop up like that. So I think I have room for one of them not to escape over down here, which is a giant pain. So I think even worse, I think we're not quite yet at the counting argument portion of the thing. Math Pesto has proposed a feature in these various software where you can highlight a bunch of cells and it just tells you how many of them there are. To make this sort of step that they enjoy in their puzzles less painful, which I agree would definitely make things less painful. Okay, so Jay says this 4 can't go left into the arrow cell. That seems very useful. Because if this was a 4, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4 already. And then this cell would have to go and be one giant omino. Why is this being a giant omino broken? I'm sure it is. Oh, it's broken because this arrow would have to be like a 7,000 arrow. And this arrow assuredly cannot be a 7,000 arrow. So yeah, just barely 4 can't take this cell because of that arrow of all things, which is wonderful. And so that's going to help a lot because it's going to mean that actually there's only room for one thing to go around here. Now, assuredly, the thing that will be easy to prove is that the 4 can't take this cell, right? Well, I know the 4 doesn't take this cell. If the 4 takes this cell or this cell, I think that's going to create a counting problem. The optimistic one would be this one. If the 4 takes this cell, then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cells for a 10 and a 9. That's not enough. So the 4 can't take that cell, or it breaks immediately. So the 4, in fact, takes that cell. And now this 7 plus had better be a 9 because the bomb is a 9. But first I'd better color the 4s purple or they'll go on strike. And we don't want 4s going on strike on a Sudoku channel. That would be a big problem. So those are 9s. I can probably de-shape the bomb now. I can use Jay Dyer's trick to turn the panel back on. Excellent. So now the crescent 4 looks like a caterpillar. That's true. It does kind of look like a caterpillar. I was actually thinking that this crescent-shaped 4 is one of the most satisfying tetrominoes I've ever seen. Let's see. Okay, so can the 9 finish without taking that cell? I mean, this has got to be a 9 or a 10 for sure. So, okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so this is 13. So in order to get the 10 and the 9 to finish, we need 6 more cells than this, which assuredly means that these at least are all part of the same region. the 9 can't block the 10. If the 9 go, if these are 9s, people are saying that's a problem, because now the 10 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. That's right. Yeah, if the 9 is the one that takes these, then the 9 cuts off the 10, which is very weird to me that means somehow it's going to be okay for the 10 to take these, but but we have that issue. Okay, so the 10, so the 10's going to take this cell for sure. We can go to number mode and fill in not 41. This isn't some sort of micro-study puzzle. Okay, there we go. So we've got our 10s going in there. Yeah, so what cells can the 9 take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so those are exactly the cells the 9 can take, so the 9 had better take all of them. We can do our careful edging around there. 9 now is the color that, or is the number that steals orange from 7. 7 was going to be orange. 6 was going to be orange, but now it is 9 that actually gets to be orange until someone points out that 9 I've already used somewhere else. So this is a 10. This is a 10. I can get rid of this line. I guess I have to ask myself if this can really be a 10. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, yeah, it can totally be a 10. Okay. Absolutely is the answer. It can absolutely be a 10. Can it possibly be a 6? Oh, yeah, I can get rid of the gray square. Can it possibly be a 6? That seems harder. If this was a 6, we'd have 1, 2, and we know we'd have at least 3. No, that's also possible. I think it being a 6 is also possible. That's crazy. I think this could be a 6 or a 10 without any real problems. Right. The 6, regardless, always takes this cell. Even if it does take that cell, the 6 always takes this cell, is Garian's point. And then again, so the 10, therefore, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even if the 10 takes that cell, it still takes that cell. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 10 always takes that cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, so the 10 always takes one more cell down here, but the 6 now is obligated to grow, because even if the 6 takes that cell, it still takes that one, which then does finish the 7, finally. Which also finishes the 5. So let us fill in their colors. So the 5 is green, of course. Okay. And then we can choose pink for the 7 in honor of the Barbie movie, I suppose. Go ahead and do that. Hey, Kodak, how are you doing? I hope you are having a good day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so the 10 always needs one more cell over down here, regardless. And the 6 always needs one more cell over down here, regardless. Okay, so we've got all of that. And so this is a 6 or a 10. Can this still be a 6, or is it now too many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think it'd still be a 6. Okay, and I actually know now that the 6 and the 10 collectively take those two cells, so I actually can draw in a big edge there. I've done a couple of Math Pesto hex grid puzzles. I'm not sure I've ever done a hex grid puzzle not by Math Pesto, but maybe I have. But I think I've done like a Kakuru on a hex grid by Math Pesto before, at least, and I think there was one other. Math Pesto will now say in chat that they have never made a Kakuru. on a hex grid, and I'm thinking of someone else. 1, 2, 3. I called it completely. The Kakuru is someone else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, this is now an 8. Correct. Thank you, Glum Hippo. Doomed Yacht. I don't think it was Doomed Yacht, but it could have been. I don't know. Someone would have to look at the Zetamath catalog and decipher it to decide. And I do not know if Hexgrid Kakuru is the description in the catalog. I do not know. Let's see. The arrow east of X can't be 1. It would trap 6 and 4. So these would all be... So if this is a 1, this is a triomino, because there's no borders, and so this thing would be a 3. But now 4 and 6, this is Martin's point. Now 4 and 6 are trapped in a 9 area region, and they can't even use all 9 cells, but being in a 9 area region is bad enough. So this can't be a 1. This is a 3. That is a very cute observation. I like that setting a lot. So we have that. So can I do anything with this 3? I know either this is a 4 or this is a 6 by the previous logic. Okay, if this is a 3, that's also a 3, and my triomino looks exactly like that. I don't know if that's interesting, but it's true. Someone was asking if this could possibly be part of the green omino, which is very reasonable. It would be 1, 2... So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. There's a maximum of 9 edges if I fill in every possible edge, and if I make this part of the green region, it would be part of the. It would be at least 10. So whoever pointed this out, that is correct. This cannot be that. Isn't the 10 region and the 6 region each one short? So this is a 10-6 pair, but I don't have a good way to write that in. Yeah, so I think the 10 and 6 are splitting these. I can just write this in as... oops. Sorry, somehow I keep getting numlock off. There we go. I'll write that these are a 10-6 pair. Like that. Except it's not those. That's not the one that's part of the 10-6 pair. This is the one that's part of the 10-6 pair. Dagnammit, I keep switching modes. My ability to do this was apparently very bad. Let's see, I probably should clear this out so that you can see that it's a 10-6 pair. Okay. So this is a 3 or a 4 based on what happens to the 7. I guess this is at least 8. Rangsk says it's a 610 pair. I thought that writing 610 would be a little hard to read and might confuse you with it being a 610 omino. It is... I didn't think anyone would think it would be a 106 omino, but maybe I was wrong. Okay, that's a good spot. So J40 points out that this currently sees 3. It means there's only 1 more border down here. And that border must be between this 4 and A6, because the 6 has got to get its butt out of here somehow. And so it's between a 4 and a 6, which means that this is a 4 or a 6. And this is definitely a 6. Because if this wasn't a 6, it would mean it was a 4, and then I'd have all sorts of problems. And so this is another Shamomino. Now, it's the first Shamomino in quite a while, we can say, but it is still a Shamomino, nonetheless. Okay. So now this isn't a 1, at least, because this now sees more than 1. In fact, actually... Oh, if this was a 2, we could put a 6 here, and it would be okay, right? Yeah, so it's either a 2 or a 3. Yeah, yeah, this is a comparatively low shame density, I agree. At least going into the last part of it. Let's see, what about this red 3? Okay, so yeah, we only get 1 border here. And it also has to be between 4s and 6s. Yeah, that you're completely right. Because I know there's at least 1 4 and at least 1 6 in here, and there's only 1 more border. It must be between a 4 and a 6. So these are a 4 6. And that one has to be a 6, because I can't get my 4 all the way down there. My 4 could do a variety of things, I think, in this area. That certainly means that there's a border there and a border there. I agree. It's very cool. A very cool logic and very cool setting. Oh, yeah. It would be hard for this one to be a 6. Hey, Selena. Yes, you're right. We have a big grid with arrows, but the big grid with arrows is a hex grid. Isn't that different enough for you? Is that not different enough? Let's see. Yeah, this probably can't be the 6, because if this were a 6... we'd have 4 4 4 going down like that, and then we'd have 2 borders here. Doesn't work. So yeah, so I agree that has to be a 4. And the 4 finishes in... Oh, not necessarily. No, these could be double 6. Annoyingly. And then that could be the 4. Who knows? Hey, Franco. I hope you're doing well. Okay, Martin says the 4 6s on the diagonal fixing the borders by the 6 arrow above the large line. Ah, right. So there's a 6 arrow up here. So we've got 1 border there, 2 borders there, 3 borders there. And so then we need 3 more borders, and there are only 3 more borders to have. So yeah, so the point is, again, if I just count, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 total borders. That means there's only 1 none border. The 1 none border, this is Martin's point, is in one of these. Because if this is a 4, that's a none border. And if it's a 6, that's a none border. Everything else, therefore, is a border. Trying to articulate that as clearly as possible, but that is the point. And if that's a border, then that's a border. Because hex stuff. So therefore, X is 3. Congratulations to all the X is 3 betters out there. We can get rid of X now. Okay. This now can't be a 3, because if it's a 3, there's a border there, and then it's a 4. So this is now a 4. This is not a 3. This is another Shamomino, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is another Shamomino. Boo, 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 boo. Shamomino. Boo, 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 boo. As the song goes. The 4 can't grow up there for sure. So therefore, this is a 7. Because it can't be a 1. That one at least cannot be a Shamomino. The 7 grows there. The 4 grows there. If I actually border in the 3, then the 3 actually finishes here. And so this is a 2. which then we know finishes there. And so therefore these are both the same. And the thing that they're the same and equal to cannot be 4, because that would make a too many cell polyomino. So these are both 6, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 6, and finishes this whole segment. Hey, Hannah, I hope you're doing well. We are having great fun with the hexagonal edge tool in Penpa today. That is our that has been our delight of sort of outlining things. Okay, so we've got all of that. Let's see, I can fill in that edge like that. Is there any chance that this is a 4? If this was a 4, it'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if this is a 4, it would be a 6. So it's not a 4. So I can now actually count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is actually a 7. This 4 needs to get out, which I know sounds very rude, but we try and take care of our, at least the 1 through 9 digits, because they're an important part of our business. This 7 needs to get out there, which means this 3, 4 needs to get out here. Certainly not that. It's not 8. It goes there now. Okay, so moon is 7. Congratulations to all the moon is 7 betters out there. Which then makes the 4 go down there, which then makes this a 7. And now the 4 finishes there. This 7's got to grow out some, but I'm a little afraid to fill it in a bit. So we're not going to fill it in yet, but we'll get there. We'll fill in the 4 first. Oh, did I screw something up, Ambrose? What did I screw up? Why did I place a 7? I put an extra 7? That's very possible. Oh, yeah. Did I just, like, randomly throw a 7? That 7 was just completely random, right? That 7 was a stray 7, if you will. These things happen to all of us at a certain age. Let's see. So we've got some 4s coming in to their purplage, their natural plumage. We've got an 8 over here, which certainly can't go down. That certainly comes over like this. I'm being told that I could count this if I wanted. 1, 2, 3, and it is a 3. So we will fill that in and redden it as we usually do. Okay, so now this is now countable. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so yeah, so this is indeed a 10 in order to make that work. So number 10. Oops. What is going on? Why is my number lock off? 10. Sorry, we want large 10. Large 10. Ooh, David has gifted 5 memberships to chatters. So thank you so much, David, and welcome to your membership, SPQ, Sylvanos, Malcor, Heliopolis, and Nebarzan. Thank you so much. Let me get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. That is great. And now all of you can use your Zach emotes to celebrate your membership. All right, so there we go. That is a 10. Why does my 10 look different than my other 10? That's going to bug me. Oh, it's a normal 10. Okay, I see. So this is supposed to be a 10 in normal. There we go. Okay. Okay. That was going to be very tilting. Let's see. The 6s are yellow. And the 10s need a color. I'm going to say that the 10s are like lightly shamed because they have 1s in them. So they're going to be like a light shame color to finish off the 10. Let us see. We can let's see. So this 7 is always taking these 2 cells regardless. And I think I'm prepared to fill that in without worrying too much about any sort of issues. We will need a color for 8. I suspect there will be an 8 in the puzzle eventually. Let's see. I was being a smartass by not putting a 7 in the bet tree immediately, but I realized I actually don't know if the bet tree is 7 or not. The bet tree doesn't need to take it. But we shall see. Okay, can I count any of these? Let's see. This is at least 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is 4, 5, 6, or 7. I believe is what this is. So it's not 4. If this was 4, 4 would be equal to 8, right? That's the trick that we've learned in this puzzle. If this was 4, 4 would be equal to 8. There was a spot earlier that involved a lot of counting up here, but then it was pointed out that actually if I didn't count and I just filled in the 4-omino and the only place it could go, I could do much less horrible counting, which was appreciated. Yeah, let's see. All the remaining arrows I should probably pencil. So this is at a minimum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a minimum of 6. But if it were actually 6, 6 would be equal to this. So it's actually a minimum of 7. And it's a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is 7, 8, or 9. Seems awfully hard to me for it to be a 9 because of how many things there... because of how many spaces that would put down here seems... I'm not liking the idea of putting 2 8s, a 9, and 2 7s down in this space, as well as whatever this thing turns out to be. Let's see. And this one, let's see, it's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a minimum of 8. And a maximum of a lot more than 8. But I don't think it's really going to be more than 8. But I'll write 8 plus in it for now, just until we actually argue that. I suspect that those arrows have a lot of 8s in them as well. Let's see. It is looking rough for the 13 betters, but you never know. They've won in surprise fashion before. No one sees it coming. So yeah, so I think I really have to count these cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So I've got 27 cells left. I know in those 27 cells, there's at least 2 7s and an 8. And so 2 7s and an 8 would be 24. So I definitely can't have a 9, for example. And I can't have 2 8s either. So the 2 8s do have to join. And this 8 plus... 7 plus 7 plus 8 is 22. The logic still applies. This 8 plus, therefore, has to be an 8. Which means that we go 8, 8, 8 like that. if you round up the 8 to a 10, yeah, that was 27, I think, something like that. Can the 8 plus join the green line? It depends on what you think 7 plus 7 plus 8 is. No, if this joined the green line, it would cut off this, I think, and force this to join yet another giant omino. So I think it would trap these in a way that was untoward. This no longer has space to be a 7, so it is an 8. This now has only 5 spaces, so it had better be a 5. And so we can actually fill in where those 5s go. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Boop, boop, ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. We can remove the pentagon. Probably should not remove the pentagon with a bomb. That's probably the sort of thing that will get me on a list. Let's see. So we will fill in the 5s there. We will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This did turn out to be an anomino. And 9 is orange. I was about to give 9 a color, but 9 already has a color, so it doesn't need another one. Let's see. And these two 8s have to join was the whole point, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess they have to do that is the point, right? Because if they don't do that, then the 7 is not going to finish. No, not that. Maybe I don't quite know. I think if that's an 8, I think I can prove that doesn't work. Because if that's an 8, those both become 7. And now those both become 8. And that doesn't work. Yeah, there are no degrees of freedom left. Everything left is a 7 or an 8. So that's definitely a 7. I'm just sort of making sure that I actually know like where the 7 goes and where the 8 goes and prove that this is like those can't both be 8, for example, because the 7 still needs 2 more cells. So I think this just can't be an 8 at all, because if this is an 8, then the 7 goes blank blank into those 2 cells, and now these both become 8. But now my 8 has... Oh, no, that does work. That does work. No, that doesn't work, because I hypothesized that this was an 8. So that would make my 8 cell 9 cells. So that can't be 8. So it is 7, is the point. And now this is an 8. And now I only get one more 8. So it's not that one. Because that would not actually connect them. And now this 7 is done. And so it gets rewarded by turning pink. Boop, boop, ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. No, not the 3, not the 3. Only the 7s. Yes, I like this idea of Fillomino puzzles where you just are allowed to, where you're given the entire grid and you just fill in the edges and choose colors for each number and color them appropriately. I think that would be very popular. So now the point is now if this cell is a 7, there's all sorts of problems. So this cell is an 8. Boo boo ba doop ba doop. And I think the 8 is got to be a new color. So the 8s are going to be brown. Yes, I feel like Simon would greatly enjoy a puzzle where the only thing you had to do was draw in edges and pick colors for things. And so that is a 7, and the bet tree is a 7. Woohoo! Very nice puzzle, Math Pesto. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Very enjoyable. Were there any 7 betters this time? I feel like 7 is the default bet, but I feel like a lot of people are like, well, 7's the default bet, so I'm not going to bet 7. So I feel like often there are not 7 betters. There's one double-digit omino hiding up here. Yep, the Rangsk was so close. You bordered an 8. Yeah, there's really not that much shame. There's only 6 shame monominos in this puzzle, which, for the amount of space, that's a pretty good density of shame ominoes, because I don't even want to try and count what the hexagonal, how many cells there are here, because it's like the 18th hexagonal number or something. But it's a lot. So 6 of a lot is not that big of a number. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break and stretch, and I will be back in just a moment with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back to Sudoku Pad, where next up, we have a slight problem. One moment while I try and fix it. There we go. There we go. Voila. Welcome back to Sudoku Pad, where we have a puzzle by Fuxia next. So this is a cage min-max puzzle. So cages are clones. So that means that this digit is the same as this digit, and this digit is the same as this digit. That's what that means. Small arrows are pointing towards the smaller digit. So these are meant to be read as like greater than signs. So this digit is bigger than that digit. It's bigger than that digit. This digit is less than that digit, and that digit, and that digit. Is what is going on here. White dots mean that these digits are consecutive of some flavor. Unknown exactly what flavor. I'm going to go ahead and put a bet tree here. So place your bets now as to what digit will go in this cell at the end of the puzzle. So the first thing I notice is that because of the inequalities, both B and D can't be 1 or 9, or can't have 1s or 9s in them, because this one is less than everything around it here, so it's less than something, and bigger than something over there, so these are at least not 1 or 9 because of that. But I think we can do a little better because this one is bigger than 2 things, so it's not a 2. This one is less than 2 things, so it's not an 8. This one's also bigger than 2 things in the row, so it's not a 2 either. And this one's less than 2 things in the row, so it's not an 8 either. And I think exactly the same words apply to these cells. These are both less than 2 things in the column, so they're not 8. And bigger than 2 things in the column, so they're not 2. So we have that all going on. Yeah, this might be... Yeah, this is... this grid is perfectly symmetrical, so that this particular sort of symmetry that this grid has does imply that because there's a unique solution, the central digit is a 5, but that is using uniqueness, so I'm not going to use it. But there is a fancy argument that if the center digit was not a 5, the puzzle would have more than one solution, if it had any solutions at all. So we won't... Oh, are the clones not rotationally symmetric? They look rotationally symmetric to me. Yeah, maybe this symmetry argument is incorrect. I don't think so. I think the symmetry argument is correct though, because if I just rotate 180 degrees, this does end up there. And this ends up there. Anyway, I bet this is going to be a 5, but maybe it won't. The clones would be flipped. I don't think so. I think that always has to correspond to that, because that always has to correspond to that. I think the clones also work. I think you could use GSP here. But yeah, and it's the typical involution where you swap 9 and 1 and 2 and 8, and that also flips the way that greater than and less than work. So I think this is just straight GSP. But I could be wrong. Okay. So let us have a look at these white dots and ask ourselves if they could have 1 or 9 on them. And annoyingly, I think the answer is they could have 1 and 9 on them. That's a good spot. So this number is actually between a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 number and a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 number. So this is bigger than 3 and less than 7. So this is already 4, 5, 6. But the fact that this is 4, 5, 6 now means that this digit's not 3 or 4. And also means that this digit is not 6 or 7 because of that sort of chain of strings there, which is very cool. So this is now only 3, 4, 5. So I should be sure I translate that over there to say that that's 3, 4, 5. So if this was 7, the problem is that it creates an 8, 9 pair in the box, and now there's nothing to put on the dot. I think that's true. I think if this is a 7, these become an 8, 9 pair, and now what is my 8, 9 going with on a white dot? Nothing, because I've already placed 7, 8, and 9 in the box, so that's not a 7. I agree. So this 3, 4, 5 here is larger than all the digits around it, so I should probably pencil mark that these are now from 1, 2, 3, 4. And if this is 5, this is 4, and that doesn't work. So this actually is also from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the point is it's not 5, because if this is 5, it makes this 4 and makes this 3, but now my inequality is broken, so that's not 5 either. So I'm sure... so now I do have to have a 7, 8, or 9 on here. So because there's only 4 spots in the row where 7, 8, and 9 could go, and both of them are over here, that means that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. For sure. It's being pointed out there is symmetrical logic, a phrase that will happen a lot in this puzzle with this cell. So to what we did up here. So maybe we should do this before we delve too deeply into what exactly is happening over in the other part of the world. Which is that this cell is smaller than this, which is smaller than this. Well, just by virtue of being smaller than this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But by virtue of being bigger than this, it's at least 4. So this is 4 or 5, and now 4 or 5 is bigger than this cell, so that means that this cell's only 3 or 4. And this cell is only 5 or 6. So that 3 or 4 goes up there. That 5 or 6 goes over there. That whole idea of this sort of like string of inequalities is very cute. Also, I have not kept my pencil marks very clean because this is supposed to be only from 5, 6, 7. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so that's a smart spot from Ambrose. This is similar to an argument we did earlier. If this is a 3, then these have to be a 1, 2 pair, but now this has nothing. So that's not 3, and that's not 3. So we have all of that going on, so that's interesting. Interestingly, we've got 5. Oh, we've got almost a quintuple here now. Right. This can't be a 4 anymore because of that being 4 or 5. So now this can't be a 5 anymore. So that can't be a 5 anymore. So we can continue sort of chasing these sorts of things. If this is a 5, it breaks for a very hilarious reason, which is that if this is a 5, these become a quintuple. of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then there's nothing to put here. Or I guess putting it in a boring way, this number, by virtue of being less than a 5 or a 6, is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which completes our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple, making this a 6, and we get a digit dance. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ba-doo, ba-doo. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Boop, boop. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this has become a 6. So that's also a 6. So one of these two cells over here is definitely an 8. This number is also less than 6. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This, therefore... this, therefore, is a 7, 8, or 9, right? So definitely there is something weird going on with the symmetry. It's not as easy as that, right? Oh, no, sorry. No. Sorry, I wrote down numbers that are the wrong direction. Sorry, this is a 7, 8, or 9. That's not an 8. And this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I was very confused for a second, but yes, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. I was going to be very surprised because I am very convinced that this is going to be symmetric at the end of the day by force. Okay. So this number is bigger. So this is the other 7, 9. Oops, 4, 6. This is the other 7, 9 to go here. These digits I know are from 7, 8, 9 because of the box. And so therefore that's from 7, 8, 9. This is smaller than 3 or 4. So this is 1, 2, or 3. Agree. And this is smaller than 6 or 7, but it's not a 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. That is going to get us our quintuple here, which is going to make that a 6. Oh, I did it backwards again. Oh, I did do it backwards again. Sorry, this is a 7, 8, or a 9. Yeah, I misread the inequality. Where does brown 3, 4 go in box 5? So this digit, this is Sarah's point. Ketchup goes here in this box. And so by virtue of that, that really does get us our quintuple. Nice, Sarah. So therefore that's a 6. And that's a 7, and that's a 7, and that's a 9, and an 8. It's an 8. Those aren't 9. Let's see. That is not a 7. That's not a 7. So one of those two is a 7. And this is a 7. I guess I know. So that's not a 7. So that's a 7. So that's a 9 now. Oh, I guess I really should have known that. Okay, so these I know are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But therefore, this one has to be a 5 because I'm not going to read the statement backwards this time. This one needs to be bigger than this one. So the only way that works is if this is a 5 and a 4. So these aren't 4 or 5. That's not 4. This is always a 1, 2, or 3. So we have this. This is less than 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is a 4. People are wanting me to fill in for some reason. Perhaps because it will help immensely and make this a lot less bad. So now that is a 5. So that's a 4. That's a 3. These are not 3s. That's not 3. That's not a 3. One of these is definitely a 2, though. So that's a 2 and a 1. Oops. One of these is definitely 2, so that's not 2. Rather than doing it the wrong way. So let's see. So therefore, this is now a 3, which makes that a 3. This isn't a 3 or a 4. That 2-3 pair has made that a 1 and that a 3. That 2-3 pair has made that a 5 for what it is worth. This number's bigger than that number, so it can't be a 2, so it's got to be a 5. This number is bigger than 4 and less than 7. So it is a 5 or 6, but it's not a 6, so it's a 5. So 5 is up here somewhere. Let's see. Franco is telling me if I fill these in, I'll know that this is a 9, which I agree. It's bigger than 7 and can only be a 9. So this is the other bigger than 7 number, which means it's an 8, which means that those are both 9, and that's an 8 by clonage. This number needs to be less than 3, and of the available options, it therefore needs to be a 1, and that's a 2, which makes that a 1 and a 1. So there we go. So that's a 2. So we can probably mark these cells just for funsies. Let's see. To pair in box 2. Okay, we've got that. Let's see. Oh, these columns I can also mark. So those are a 5-6 pair, apparently, which has made this a 4. Made that a 6. These aren't 5 or 6. They're 8 and 9. These aren't 4 or 5. They are 1 and 2. Am I really supposed to look at this? Maybe I should mark what the 2A buckets can be, just because I haven't yet, and it seems useful. These two need to be the same thing. One of them can't be 1, so neither of them is 1. One of them can't be 2, so neither of them is 2. One of them can't be 3, so neither of them is 3. One of them can't be 4, so neither of them is 4. And one of them can't be 6, so neither of them is 6. And one of them can't be 9, so neither of them is 9. So they're only 7 or 8. Let's see here. They're not 1. Let's see. 2 and 3 seem like options. 6 is not an option, and 9 is not an option. So we've got our 2, 3, 7, 8 business. So that already tells me that this is not... This number... The numbers on here are bigger than... oh yeah, this is not 4, 7, or 8. The numbers here have to be bigger than 4. In fact, bigger than 5, because I've used 2 of the 3 numbers that are less than 4. And if I use a 5, I'd have to use a 6, which I can't. So these numbers are definitely from 6, 7, 8, 9, and neither of them is 9. So these are from 6, 7, 8, which means for sure there's a 7 on them, which means that's an 8, and that's an 8. Which means that's a 9 and an 8. That 6-7 pair means that's a 5 and a 6. That's a 7 and an 8 over there. So that's a 7 and a 6 over there. No 6s here. No 8 there. No 6 there. Let's see. Let us dump some more pencil marks around the grid. So there can't be a 2 on this white dot because then it would be 2, 3, which would break that cell. There can't be a 7 because there's nothing anywhere near 7. So there's definitely a 4 on here, whether it go with a 3 or a 5. But then that makes that a 5, which makes that a 4, which means that this is... Yeah, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 2. Is that a 4? 1, 2, 9, 4, 6, 3, 7, 1, 2, 7, 6, 5, 9, 3, 2, 8, 4, 7, 3, 9, 1, 6, 2, 1. We can fill these in, getting 5, 4, and 3. And our bet tree is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Our bet tree is an 8. Congratulations, Rangsk and other 8 betters. And you can indeed see we have the full GSP here. It was David Malcor. David gifted membership, so enjoy your membership and your penguin emotes. But we can see the girth symmetrical placement that people are talking about, which just if you've never heard of this before, what people are talking about is the fact that there is because the clues all have perfect symmetry around rotation around the grid. And so you can see that it's rotation around the grid and flipping between high and low. So the opposite digits in this puzzle always add to 10. And you knew that a priori if you looked carefully at the original grid. And so in particular, that rotational symmetry told Codec that this was going to be a 5 immediately out of the gate because of that. As Rangsk says, we talked about this earlier, but as Rangsk says, it's always worth noting that girth symmetrical placement, the reason why I don't use it, and the reason why most people who do these sorts of things don't use it, is because it's a uniqueness deduction. The formal statement is, if the puzzle has a unique solution, then the solution must have all the symmetries that the puzzle has. Otherwise, there would be 2 solutions, because what you would do is you just apply the symmetry to a hypothetical solution and get another solution, is basically the proof. And this works in all kinds of things. Technically, for whatever reason, I don't know how girth got their name associated with this, because this is a well-known thing that applies to all puzzles. Technically, people only use girth symmetrical placement to describe this particular deduction in the special case of Sudoku. But it is a well-known thing in all sorts of puzzles that you have this. I think you see it more often in pencil puzzles. But yeah, so it's a very weird sort of symmetry because it involves sort of this inversion of the digits. It doesn't have to involve the inversion of the digits, but it has to involve something like that. In 6x6s, as we've seen, you can actually have a version of it that doesn't invert digits, as we've seen a couple times in the 6x6 segment on the show, which is very interesting. Because again, it's any symmetry that the clues make, or that the clues have. Ambrose says that GSP is very potent in cryptic crosswords, which I would believe. I wonder how many cryptic crosswords there are with multiple solutions, though. Always a concern. Alrighty. That was delightful. Let me pull up another puzzle of some sort. Let us do this arrow diagonal puzzle by DJV. So what we have here is a diagonal where we cannot repeat digits along the diagonal. Is this also a GSP puzzle? No, it is not. Okay. I was not deliberately picking a second GSP puzzle, but it is not. So we have arrows where the digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along the way, like that. 4 + 1 + 2 is 7. And we're not allowed to repeat digits along this diagonal. And also, if there's sort of 2 arrows, it's not the sum of all of these digits. It's the sum of each separately. So these could sum to 7 and these sum to 7, for example. So let's try that as a bet tree. All right, so the thing to note right away is that if I sum 3 distinct digits, I always get to at least 6. So these numbers are from 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 9. Now, if this were a Sudoku X, it would force these to be a quad. But I don't think that that's true here. What I do know is that because this circle isn't 9, there's definitely a 1 somewhere on this arrow. So we've got that. We can do some Sudoku on 9s, I suppose, which is probably a good idea. Oh, there's 2 places 9 can go, right? But the 2 places 9 can go are interesting. Okay, that's really cool. Where does 9 go in box 3? Well, not in this row. Not on an arrow, because it would need to sum to something more than 9, and 9 isn't 8. So one of these two is 9, and therefore the 9 is on the diagonal, which makes that not 9. I think these two can be the same, Tom. I think those 2 corners can be the same without breaking anything. At least until you consider things like Selena's point. Because Selena's point is that here I'm always summing 5 digits, and so the sum of these therefore needs to be at least 15 by that sort of trick. And so the point from Selena actually does an enormous amount here in this column. Because in this column, the point is that these 2 digits sum to the same thing as these 5, because it just literally is what an arrow means. But these sum to at least 15. And there's only one way to make these numbers sum to at least 15, which is to make them a 7-8 pair. And now that 7-8 pair sees this cell, because through the weird magic of the world. Because now this cell, notice, through the diagonal sees that cell, and through Sudoku sees that cell. So this cell's never a 7. So this is a 6 or a 9. So we have that. We know that these numbers have to sum to 15, so they are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pair. Or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple. Which means that these are a 6, 9 pair. Like that. Oh, right. If this was a 6, it would be a very big problem for this row. Because if this was a 6, then those would sum to at most 14, whereas these sum to at least 15. And so, indeed, this is a 9. And we do get our 9 dance. Boop-boop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Whoa! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this is not a 9. I can green in one of these. By the way, if you're curious, I'm only putting the green here just because I'm pencil marking across boxes. I'm saying one of these things is a 1, but the things aren't in the same box. So I'm trying, maybe not succeeding, but I'm trying to make it so that I don't sort of screw up and think that one of these two has to be a 1. The same logic applies again in row 9. As Chad is pointing out, because these need to sum to at least 15, so these need to sum to at least 15, so this can't be a 6 anymore. Can't be a 6. And so now these sum to exactly 15, so they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are 6 and 9, which is noteworthy. So we've got that. Where's 1 going in this box? Is that an interesting question? Maybe not. 9 in box 2 is placed. That's a good spot to Amy. Let's see. So the 9 in this box now is also placed because it can't go there, and remember, it can't repeat on the diagonal, so that's a 9. And so now 9s look over at this box, because remember, this is a 6, 9 pair, so that's not a 9. That can't be a 9, because again, it's on an arrow. So always that's the 9. And so now one of these two is the 9. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay, so now DWeb asks where 8 in box 1 is. It can't be along this arrow because it would have to be 8 and 1, which would make this a 9, but it can't be. So none of those are 8. That's not 8. That's not 8. I can't put 8 on an arrow that adds to less than 8. Oh, sorry, it was Malcor. It was Malcor who said it. And so therefore that's the 8. That's the 7. That's the 8. Over there. So these two cells sum to 11. So yeah, so now we place the 8 in this box, and again, it can't go along the arrow because it would make 9. So that's the 8 there. So we have that. Let's see. So that 8 looks into this box. It can't go there. So the only place the 8 is allowed to go in box 8 is there, I think. Let me just double check that. So I certainly can't put 8 here. Can't put 8 in a column with an 8. I can't put 8 there because it would go in the circle. Oh, I could put 8 in the circle, though, can't I? I think I could put 8 in the circle. So I think 8 can go in one of those two places. And then I can place 8 somewhere here, but not there. Because it would put an extra 9 on the diagonal. So one of those is the 8 for box 5. Let's see. There's an 8 in this box, and it goes in one of these two cells. There's no 2 down here, and no 1 down here, and no 4 down here, points out Jim. Because I knew these were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they added to 8. The only way to do that was as 3, 5. So now an 8 arrow needs a 3 or a 5, so this digit is always that 3 or 5. So it's not in particular a 1, and I can get rid of my green stuff over here, because a 1 of these is a 1, because that 3, 5, one of those 2 3 5s needs to go on this arrow. However that ends up working. So this number is at least 5. No, at least 6. Because at absolute best, I do 2 and 4. And I think I need a 2 on this arrow, right? If I don't put a 2 on this arrow, then the minimum I could do is 4 and 6. That's not going to work. So there is a 2 here, so that actually tells me what this is. This is 1, 3, 4 to make that work. And now 2, 6. And so now the only thing this can be is 2, 7, making 9. Because what am I putting the 2 with? It can't be a 3, 4, 5. It can't be a 6 because that would violate the Sudoku on 8. And so therefore it's a 7. So these in fact are a 2, 7 pair, making that the 9. Placing that 9 and that 6 and that 9 and that 6 and that 9. And so I think we've now got all the 9s. Looks like it. And this is a naked something. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a naked 6. Rangsk would like me to in some way identify how I'm making a sum of 7 in 3 digits, either by using the fact that this is a 3-5 pair or by using that a 3 arrow is always 1, 2, 5 for 7. I'm just going to leave that there just long enough for people in chat to be upset about it, and then replace the 5 with a 4. So we have that. So we've got all of those going on there. Let's see. we have that going on. Okay, now there's like a Sudoku explosion here happening. What way am I making 9? That's probably the next question. It's not 1, 8. It's not 3, 6, and it's not 4, 5. So this can only be 2, 7, which means that these are the other ones. They're not 1, 2, 3, 4. They are 5, 6, I believe, in order to make that work. Now, that certainly means that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And apparently, and none of them are 3. So if this was 5, it would be as 1, 4. If this were 6, I think there's options, unfortunately. So we've got that. Oh, right. There's never a 5 on the arrow, right, because there's a 5, 6 pair. What am I talking about? So if this is a 6, it's a 2, 4. And if it's a 5, it's a 1, 4. So there's always a 4 on this arrow is chat's point there, which is a well taken and completely correct point. Let's see. Right. Okay. So we've got all of that going on. So what are these digits, knowing that they can't be a lot of things? They can't be 4. They can't be 5 or 6. So these are from 1, 2, 7, 8, huh? Sure. And only one of them is 1, 2. Keep that in mind. Could be important later, question mark? These circles are actually not that big. That's probably worth recording. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6 at biggest, which means that all of these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 automatically. Let's see. Probably if I try very hard, I can prove something like this isn't a 5. Let's see. Do I know anything about 8 over here yet? I know where 8 is on this diagonal, don't I? At least roughly. I know that 8 on this diagonal is in one of these two cells. Because I can't put an 8 in either of those boxes, so one of these two must be an 8. Yep, sure is. Okay, where's 7 on this diagonal is now a good question. Oh, no, 7's already on the diagonal. Never mind. I know where 7 on the diagonal is. It's there. Never mind. It's not a good question. This is a virtual 1, 2, 4 triple, I suppose. Is that right? Yeah, there's always a 2 or a 4 involved here. So yeah, so this is a virtual 1, 2, 4 triple, and what that means is that there's always a 1 here, so this is never a 1. That seems completely gratuitous, but we'll write it in anyway. I do need to put a 2 in this box. Is it interesting to ask where it goes? I don't know if it is interesting. It's potentially interesting, maybe. I see that Rangsk also saw that this was not 1. Yes, that's very cute, Garion. Garion notices that if this is 3, then this becomes a 1, 2, 3 triple, looking at an 8 arrow, which doesn't work. That's very cool. Okay, so this circle also is relatively small, Rangsk is pointing out, because we know it is not 8 somehow. Right, because it's not 8 because of the diagonal, and it's not 7 or 9 because of the box. So this is 3, 4, 5, or 6. I'm being told it is not 4. Because 4... Right. It's not 4 because of the virtual 2-4 pair. Right. There's a 2 or a 4 here, and there's a 2 or a 4 here, so there's never a 4 there. So these numbers, at least, I'm going to write in are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at absolute biggest. That is a whole bunch of numbers that have to be small for the row. It's not quite a quintuple, but it's getting there. So this number is at least 4, funnily enough. And it's not 6 or 9, apparently. The fact that this isn't 6 means this isn't 3, at least. Let's see. Yes. A 3 here would create a similar problem. Someone points out, Malcor points out, if this is a 3, 1, 2, now this arrow sees 1, 2, 3, and so it's a minimum of 4, 5, but I can't put a 9 there because it's already a 9 in the box. So this isn't a 3. No enormous surprise there, I suppose, but it is true. Let's see. I think annoyingly this is still allowed to be a 1. Let's see, Martin says one of these is always a 1. If neither of these is a 1, then they're 2, 3 or 2, 4. Well, they couldn't be 2, 4 because of that cell. So if this is a 6, this is 1, 5. Exactly. Is that at all interesting? This string of words sounds like it might be helpful, but I don't think it is. Oh, that's very helpful. I can place the 7 in this row, Garion points out. So that's the 7, because it's the only place it can go. So that's a 2. So no 2 there, no 7 there, no 7 there. So no 7 there means no 2 there. No 2 there. Oh, did I miss an option? Oh, it could have gone there, and I had to argue that it couldn't go there. Yeah, what was the logic for why it couldn't be there? 7, 2 would be 7, 2, 3, 5. Uh, 5 in row 8, column 3 breaks because it makes the 5 arrow 1, 4. Why can't it be 5, 2, 3? Where is 5 in box 8? 5 in box 8. If this is a 5, 5 in box 8 is up there, I guess. And so it would be there. Right. So it would be 5, 4, 1. Right. So yeah. So if this is a 5, that has to be a 5 because I have to put a 5 in this box somewhere. So this becomes 5, 4, 1. And that doesn't work because there's nothing to make the 8 arrow. Is that the point? Oh, because of that. Okay, that's a lot easier to see. Okay. Sorry, I was seeing it in a really complicated way, but it doesn't need to be that complicated. If this is a 5 arrow, that becomes a 5, which makes this a 1-4, but it's a 1-4 looking at a 1-4. Okay, we have come to an argument that I like. So this is a 6, and now this can't be 2-4 because of that, so this is a 1-5. Sort of thing. So this is only an 8 or a 4, not a 5 or a 7. But I know which one it is because the 1-5 actually looks over there and sorts it out, making that 8-1-5. No one is shook that the digit that's on 2 arrows ended up being a 1. This isn't a 4 or a 5, so this isn't a 2 or a 3 by math. These are some digits. That's certainly not a 2 or a 3 or a 4, so it must be a 7. Making that a 2 and a 7, making these a 3-4 pair, making that a 2, making these a 1-4 pair, making that a 5 and a 2, making these not 2 or 5, 2, 7, 1. Thank you for bearing with me while we figured out a way to see this that I liked. We got there. It took a second. Okay, that's not a 1 anymore. Okay. Oh, this digit, we probably know what it is now. It seems to be a 3, which makes that a 2 and a 1 now, which makes that a 7. So that's not a 1. That's not a 2. That's not a 3 anymore. That's not a 1, 2, or 3. Oh, this can only be 6, 4, 2 now. And so now this is a naked single. It is a 5. So that's a 4. No 4 goes there, so that's a 4. So that's a 3 and a 5, if my keypad will participate correctly. So 3 and a 5. Neither of those is a 4, so that's a 4. These aren't 4. That's not a 2 or a 4. Oh, and it's not a 5 either. This is just a 3 and a 1 in order to make a 4 arrow possibly work, which makes this a 2, 6. By the way, that's the 4 and the 3. This is a 2, 6, and I know the order. It's a 7 and a 2. Let me sven in some of the rest of the cells just to accelerate the process. So this is certainly not a 7. And now this has to be a 1, otherwise the sum doesn't work. 3, 1, 3, 5, 7, 4, 2, 6, 1, 2, 6, 5, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 6, 8, 5, 4, 1, 4, 2, 8, some other number, 2, 3, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the bet tree is a 7 again. So congratulations to all the 7 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Another near miss, as Rangsk says. Maybe you like get your bet back if you're 1 off. Alrighty. MicroStudy tuning in at the exact moment when I have marked every cell. Well, fear not, there will be more puzzles. I'm going to take a quick break, though. That was wonderful, by the way, DJV. Both this and the Fuchsia puzzle. Actually, all 3 puzzles today. The Math Pesto B puzzle and the Fuchsia puzzle and this arrow puzzle. All fantastic. But I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, please do like the stream. The like button lives its whole life in that little box and needs some enrichment. And the being pressed is the enrichment it most likes. So please give it the enrichment that it needs, like any good zoo animal. Alrighty, so I should announce, by the way, just because there's more people here than when I said it at the beginning, in an hour and a half, we're doing a debut YouTube watch party or whatever it's called. I forget the exact name of the puzzle of Rangsk, or sorry, of the video of Rangsk and I solving a Sudoku together. So I will be in chat and Rangsk will be in chat, and it will be fun. Yes, the premiere, it will be great fun, I think, to watch. And I will get to watch it and see all of these things. So anyway, Tristan has posted a link in chat. It's going to be over on Ranksk's channel. The video will ultimately be available on both my channel and Ranksk's channel, as you like. But for the premiere, it will be on Ranksk's channel. Okay, so what do we have? So we have normal 6x6 rules in each grid. We have red Renbon. Shameful. We have regular whispers where we need to make sure that we keep digits. And so in a 6x6 grid, I should say it just because it's unusual, you have to make sure that your digits say at least 3 apart. So we have, so if this is a 3, these would both have to be a 6, which would be a problem. So it's not a 3. That is my my conclusion. Yes, the Penpa Renbon. The Penpa Renbon of shame. We have killer cages, so we have these digits don't repeat and sum to the total as given. And then I'm guessing these are region sum lines, right? So this digit is the sum of these two digits is the sum of those two digits, and vice versa, or similarly over here. Alrighty. So the first thing I see in this grid, do you have a good bet cell, Isabella? The first thing I see is that this is a 5 or a 6 because of roping avoidance. So what I mean by that is if this was, say, let me just show you what happened. If this was a 3, these would be a 1, 2. These would be a 1, 2. There's only one way to make 3. Now, where do 1 and 2 go in this box? They go on top of the 3. That does not work well. So it needs to be a number that you can make in 2 different ways. And the only of those that exist are 5 and 6. And these cells see all of the ways to make 5 or all of the ways to make 6. And so the ways to make 5 are 1, 4, and 2, 5. And the ways to make 5 are 1, 4, and 2, 3. So any digit that shows up in both of these can't show up here. So these can't be 1. They can't be 2. They could be 3. They can't be 4. They could be 5, and they could be 6. So these are from 3, 5, 6. Oh, there's also a slingshot rule. I don't know if it's going to be important for the puzzle or not, though. Let's see. Row 1, column 2 of grid 3. Got it. Okay. So we've got that sort of 3, 5, 6 business. And we know that 5, 6 is included in there. Yeah, it sort of looks like these are just put in to disambiguate a couple deadly patterns at the end is probably what is happening. All right. What do they actually do? A digit on a bent arrow shows how many cells away the digit in the cell from which the arrow originates first appears in the direction of the arrow. Digits can be flung into adjacent cells in such into adjacent grids, in which case the white space is not counted as a cell. So in other words, if this is a 5 and this is a 2, I count 1, 2 spaces and put a 5 there. The 5 gets flung into that space. This is one I have been looking forward to for some amount of time. Yeah, it sort of feels like if the white space wasn't going to get counted, it should be half this size rather than than that. Yeah, the significant white space is a total Python thing. That is the thing that bugs me about Python like crazy. Uh, row 1, 2 comp. But you're in very good company with Tristan. Uh, row 1, 2, column 5 is not 1 or 2. Okay, these digits see... Oh, no, they don't see the whole Renbon diagram. This digit sees the whole Renbon, so it's not 3 or 4. So this is 1, 2, 5, or 6, I suppose. Uh, 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 and it is not 1 or 2. Because if this was 1 or 2, I would be repeating this digit on the Renbon. That's interesting. Okay, so the point is, this is the digit that's getting flung, and it's getting flung somewhere in this column. But if I fling it only 1 or 2, I repeat yellow on the Renbon, which I cannot do, even though the Renbon is yellow. Sorry, even though the Renbon is red. So I need to go 5 or 6, which will take me 3, 4, 5, or 6. One of these two is yellow over down here. And likewise, this digit needs to be more than 3 because it's flinging this digit. And so, sorry, by more than 3, I mean this needs to be at least 3. Because it's flinging that digit and it can't fling it onto the same Renbon again. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if this digit is yellow or not. It may well be. Do some combinations of this work badly? Because this sees... Oh, this can't be 3 or 4 because it sees the whole length 3 Renbon. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. A length 3 Renbon only needs to have 1 of 3 and 4 on it. Unfortunately. I got excited, but I was wrong. Let's see. So if this is... Does one of these not work? If this is a 3, this is a 4, 5, 6 Renbon, and that might work. Oh, no. The point is this cell sees the entire Renbon. Garian understands what's happening. So this can't be a 3 for the fancy reason that in the universe where this is a 3, this becomes a 4, 5, 6, but now this cell sees the 4, 5, 6, and that's the problem. So this is not a 3. So whatever this is, it's going to show up 4, 5, or 6. It's going to show up in one of those cells. Is there a similar problem? I don't think there's a similar problem if this is a 4. I don't think so. Now, it's interesting. This 5 or 6 does not appear on this Renbon. So this Renbon is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at absolute most. So the yellow does not include a 5. Yeah, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 doesn't work because if this were 5, 4, 3, that would make this a 6 and this a nothing. So actually, the Renbon itself can't even have a 5 on it, as D-Web points out. Because again, if this Renbon is 5, 4, 3, then this has to be a 6 and this has to be a nothing. So actually, the Renbon is only from 1, 2, 3, 4. Interestingly enough. Let's see. That's amazing. That's really cool. So what Garian has identified is that this cell in this box goes here. And that means that the green digit sees the entirety of this length 4 renbon, which immediately means it's not 3 or 4. And so it can only be 1 or 2 because of that. And actually, it can't be 2 even, because remember, we've already ruled 6 off of this. So it actually has to be 1. Because if I rule 2 off of this renbon, it's a length 4, 3, 4, 5 renbon. So in fact, it's a 1. And we get to do our digit dance. Ba-doo, ba-doo, wah! Ba-doo, ba-doo, wah! Ba-doo, ba-doo, wah! Ba-doo, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So therefore, these had better be a 2-3 pair. If we're going to do that. Oops. Better be a 2-3 pair. And now this renbon is a 2, 3, 4, 5 renbon, which means this digit is a 6, which means that this yellow digit, we actually know where it goes now. Although I can't imagine what it's going to do for us to know that this 2, 3, 4, 5 goes here, but whatever. We'll find out. It'll matter someday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, it goes there. This is not a 6. It is a 4 or a 5. These are certainly from 1, 4, 5. I don't think I really need the green coloring anymore. Okay. I mean, it feels like we did a lot there, but also it's hard to imagine how any of this is going to lead to, like, the slingshot stuff doesn't feel like it matters yet. 4 and 5. Let's see, that's 3, 4, 5. So one of these two cells, it is telling me, is a 1, is what is being said. So these two cells, by monogamy, can't be a 3 or 4, because 3 only goes next to 6 and 4 only goes next to 1. So these were already from 1, 2, 5, 6, and now they're not 1 either. So that's sort of interesting. Oh, and they can't be 5 either, because, well, sorry, this one can't be 5 either. Because if this is 5, 5 only goes next to a 1, 2 pair. Oh, no, that's fine. 5 can go next to a 1, 2 pair. Never mind. I don't... Is there some geometric argument that I know that one of these has to be 2, that they can't both be 5, 6? It's possible that I know that if I argue about coloring. I'm going to color this whisper in fake colors. Sorry, I'm going to color this whisper in fake colors. Oh, sorry, yellow's a bad choice. I've already used yellow. Orange is bad. We're going to go into the extended zetamath universe and use sky blue and carnival cake to color this this thing. And so both of these are sky blue, keeping in mind that the green is really a... I'm going to make the green a line rather than a color for my pencil mark there, just because the color is going to, I think, be confusing with what we're doing here. But the point color-wise is that now these are sky blue because they're the same. And there are only 3 sort of sky blue digits. And this, therefore, is carnival cake. And these two are the same. So now they have to be sky blue, and that's carnival cake, and that's carnival cake, and that's sky blue. So indeed, one of them does have to be 2. All I'm doing here, by the way, is batching the high digits and low digits together. So the one, in this case, high and low means 1, 2, 3, and not 1, 2, 3. And you have to bounce back and forth between those two. I should probably fill in that this is carnival cake before chat gets very upset. These are also carnival cake. That's sky blue. And so the point is that now one of these is a 2. Why did I make that line green? That seems like a terrible choice in a German Whispers puzzle. One of these is a 1. Let's do it that way. So now one of these two cells is a 2. Yeah, one of these cells is a 2. If this was a 5, these would be a 1-2 pair, is interesting. Yeah, okay, so Malcor's pointing out this now is known to be blue. That is true. Oh, and this blue... Oh, no, sorry. This cell had better be 3 or more, right? For whatever it's worth. Oh, no, did we drop for a bit? I did not notice that we got disconnected, but I was saying German Whisper Renbon things, so I was in my happy place. Oh, chat was down again. Dang you, chat. Okay. Let's see. Row 4, column 1 is 2, 3 for the same reason. Row 4, column 1. Row 1, column 4. Do we mean this one? Oh, in the Renbon grid. Don't think I understand what is being said here. Oh, right. Okay, I see it now. Okay, so the point is this 4-5 shows up on this Renbon. Okay, this is Todd's point. This 4-5 appears on this Renbon somewhere. It doesn't appear there, so it appears here. That creates a virtual 1-4-5 triple in the row, which means this is always a 2-3. For what that might be worth. I assume it's going to be worth something, but I don't know what it is worth yet. But then you get to do exactly the same trick in this column, making this a 2-3. And I actually know that these are the opposite 2-3s. So this digit is not 2 or 3. So it's one of the other ones. 1, 4, 5, 6 is all it can be. Because these 2-3s each sort of need to go on the Renbon, so these are opposite 2-3s. So this is not a 2 or a 3. The world where this is 1 forces these to be a 2-3 pair. I don't know if that immediately breaks. Not necessarily that I see. There's absolutely no restriction whatsoever on what digits go in these cages, right? I guess there's a little bit. So there's definitely a 1 in this cage. And there's only 2 options. There's always a 4 in this cage, I guess. This cage... because we know we're not using any of the versions of this cage that involve a digit higher than 6. So each of these cages has 2 or 3 options. None of which sounds good to me. If I am being completely honest. This 1-4-5 gets flung across the world to be somewhere over there. Let's see. This digit's almost high. Let's see. Oh, these 2 cells see the entire killer cage, so they're the opposite. So these need to sum to 7, is D-Web's point. And these need to sum to 8, because the entire grid sums to 21. And so these are the digits that aren't in the 13 cage. So they sum to 8, and so they're either 2, 6, or 3, 5. And these need to sum to 7, so they're 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4. Well, good luck on your flight, Tallcat. I hope it goes well. row 1, 2, column 5 can't be 1, 2. Which grid are we talking about? Oh, row 12, column 5. Row 12, column 5. Ah, yes, yes. If this is a 1 or a 2, it would shoot it into the cage, is Rangsk's point. So this is never a 1 or a 2, so this is never a 5 or a 6. So this must get, whatever this digit is, it must get shot up there at least. Let's see. Right. It always, the slingshots always give you the first instance of the digit, and this digit has to appear in one of these two cells. So it can only actually be a 3 or a 4, right? So this digit can only actually be a 3 or a 4 because of the way the rules are stated. So actually, this is always a 3 or a 4, which means that these aren't a 3, 4. Oh, it does say first instance. Sorry, I can shrink the zeta. I don't always remember to shrink the zeta. So these can't be... oh, the arrow is 3, 4. Sorry. The arrow is 3, 4, right? Because that's the cell that's getting flung up there. This is the one that's 3, 4. So this is also 3, 4. And so these digits are 1, 2, 5, 6. And I know that this digit is the same as that digit for whatever that is worth. Oh no, I'm being as bad to Selena as when I was playing Patrick's Parabox, and trying to use pillars, or trying not to use pillars, as the case may be. Okay, I'm looking at Gary's point. Row 3, column 4 can't be a 4. It breaks grid 2. Sorry, I'm trying to read under the heart what Garian said from the stupid heart that YouTube decided to add. Make these both a 3. So if this is a 1 getting shot 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, this would be a 1. Which would make these a 2, 3 pair, and that a 6. Yep, so that's a 6. And the point is that being a 6 then means that this requires a 3 pointing back. But that's not the 3. So that's the... Boy, that's complicated. Wow, that's even like more than the usual amount of tallcatting required to see that. But I see it now. So if this is a 4, we make this low and a 1. We make these a 2, 3 pair. But in fact, that's the 3. Because that can't be the 3 by monogamy. But because that's the 3, this is a 6. But that's also a 3 because 3 is where the 6 goes, unless we want to put a -2 here or something like that. So that doesn't work. So that's a 5. So none of those are 5. And so that means one of these is 4, which means neither of these are 4. These aren't 5. Yeah, that is quite a spot. Yeah, one of these is 5. And because it's Tallcat, I can't even decide whether I think that was intended or not. Oh, I should place the 1. That's a good point. So that's a 1, and that's not. And I know one of these is a 2. So I know this digit's at least a 3, for whatever it's worth. I'm going to actually fill in that these digits are 3, 4, 5, 6. And actually, one of these has to be the 3. So this is actually going to be a 4, 5, 6 because one of these has to be the 3 because these are opposite high-lowities, and we've used both other lows. So one of these is the 3, which makes this a 4, 5, 6. And we're either putting this 4, 5, 6 exactly here, or we're pushing it down into this grid somewhere. Oh, ooh, that's a great spot from Dweb. Where am I putting 4 in this column? And the problem is I can't place 4 in either of those spots because it'll put a 1 there. I can't place 4 here because it's not far enough away, or there because it'll place 2 1s there, which has all kinds of problems. So, oh, Malcor. Sorry, Malcor. This is a 4. And so that means that purple is high, which means that that's a 2. That is quite a spot. Good, very good again. So these are a 5, 6 pair. I'll probably know which one in a minute. Yes, I don't immediately. Okay, so these are 4, 5, 6. These are 4, 5, 6. These are 4, 5, 6. So that is not a 2. And that is a 3 by my earlier point. So this cell is purple. That cell is blue. That 3 goes 5 or 6 down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of these two is a 3. Is the point that we get out of that. I'm going to put a line over them just to remind myself what is happening. I'm not going to remember, though. These are a 1, 2 pair. Let's see. Okay, so now I've got to think about German Whisper stuff for a second. So this digit can only be a 1 because 3 doesn't go next to 2 different digits. So that's a 1 by monogamy. I actually know that this digit is high because of where the 2 goes in this row. The 2 goes not in 1, 2, or 3. It goes in 4, 5, or 6. So this is actually a 4, 5, or 6 by Slingshot, of all things. Yes, Rangsk was saying the same thing, I believe. Let's see. The 2 cannot be shot 3. So the 3 is actually placed there. And hey, Danita. Yeah, you can watch a that didn't look good. We can place that thing there. You can watch a premiere of Rangsk and I solving a puzzle together later. So that is a 3, and that's a 6. And so that's a 5, and so that's a 6. And so actually we get to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 3 now. So the fun thing is that makes this 4 or 6. No, sorry, 4 or 5 only. Those are the only options for this. So this is either 1 or 2, I guess, is the thing that we should do over there. This is 4, 5, or 6 for that. So that says there's a 2 down there. There are 2. Oh, Ambrose said these lines had to have the same sum because of some sort of roping nonsense. Is that correct? This is not a 3. These are a 2, 3 pair. Let me finish this and we'll do that. These are a 2, 3 pair, so that can only be a 6. So that's not a 6. This is a 1 or a 2. Let's see. There's a... Oh, this cell is purple, or carnival cake, as we call it around here. So this is not a 4. So this is a 1 or a 2. So this cell's a naked blue because it sees 4, 5, and 6. So we've got that. Got to put a 6 in one of these two cells. I don't quite know where yet. Okay, people really want me to think about this, so let's think about this. So think about where the box 3 line segment digits go in box 5. Oh, so these two definitely go here. So those are equivalent. And so, no, they definitely don't. Right, that's the whole point, is they don't do that. No, they do, right? They do that. Right, they do that. Yes, they do. So these go there. And now the point is, where do these digits go now in here? Well, I guess it's simpler than that. The question is, where does the purple digits go in here? And they go on this region sum line. And so the two region sum lines have to have the same sum. That's the point. Yeah, that's a little tricksy, but it works. So yeah, so the point is, by realizing that these two digits go here, they also go here, but that's on this region sum line, so they have the same sum. But this one we proved was 5 or 6. This one we proved was 4 or 5. That makes them both 5. To make that work. So that's a 2. Now I think we proved, yes, we proved previously that that digit was in here. And I feel like something was wrong if this was a 5-6 pair, but I don't quite remember exactly what I thought was wrong with this being a 5-6 pair. Maybe there's nothing wrong with it. That's a 5, though, for sure. Just by Sudoku. Let's see. There's a 5 in one of these cells, which means this 5 goes up here. Let's see. Oh, right. No, these are 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. These are, remember, these are different ways of making the sum 5. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4. So this really is not a 3. So, right. So these are a 5-6 pair. We talked about this. This digit sees everything from the 1, 2, 3, 4. So this digit is just a naked 6. Once you realize that this sees the 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So we've got that going on. So now that's the 6 just by Sudoku. I still feel like there's more to do in the German Whispers grid, but people are quite interested in this. So this 1, 2, 3, 4 gets flung 6. And it's not a 2. This 1, 3, 4 gets flung 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a 1, 3, or a 4, but it's not a 1. Oh, it's a 1, 3, or a 4, which is only 3, actually, when you combine that these two are the same digit. So that's a 3, and that's a 2. That is ridiculous. That's a 4, and that's a 3. This 1, 2, 5, 6 ends up going here to be that 1, 2, 5, 6. Let me mark those with their own special color. They can be mustard. This 6 now gets slingshotted 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a 6 now. Remember that these two summed to 8, so that was a 5. Over there. So this number is not 5 or 6 anymore because it goes there. So this is just 1 or 2. For whatever that is worth. let's see. So these are a 1, 4. These are a 2, 3, 2, 3. These are a 1, 4. These are a 2, 3. These are a 1, 4. So it's 2, 3 that's getting flung. The 2, 3 can only be getting flung 1 and not 4 because of this 2, 3 pair. It's a 1 and a 4. So it was a good advice to write that in. And I guess I can give a color to mark that these two are the same 2, 3. These are from 2, 3, 4. So if this was a 4, this would need to be a 2. If this is a 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, this would need to be a 3. So that actually knocks a candidate out of each of these. I don't know how much I care to record that. Sounds kind of painful at the moment. These are 1, 4, 6. And that one's not a 6. That one's not a 4. Oh, there's no 6 there, as being pointed out. And that 4, 5 means that's not a 5. So it is a 3 or a 6. So that 1, 2 goes 1, 2, 3. This 1, 2 goes here, is the point that dweb is helping. And that time I double checked, it really was dweb that said it this time. These two are both the same, so therefore they're both 2. So that is that. Is it not true? Oh, only if it's 3, right? Never mind. Sorry, I'm backwards. If this is 3, then that's the same as that. If it's 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, then it goes there. So if this is a 3, it's a 2, and if it's a 6, it's a 1, which is not helpful. Right. I was pointing out that 4 only whispers 1 there, right? Because this 4, 5 shows it's definitely next to a 1 there. This can't be a 6 anymore. One is placed over here, Malcor points out. And that then gives that's a 1 by Sudoku. That's a 2, and that's a 1. Now this can't be a 3 because it goes there. So now this is a 6. That is Carnival Cake, and that's blue. And now that 1 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 1 goes there. Which makes that a 5, makes that a 4 and a 1, makes that a 4 and a 6. Makes that a 4. The 4 can only go 1 or 2 up, and 1's not an option, so it has to go 2 up. Sorry, what? Sorry, can only go 1 or 2 up, so it has to go 2 up, making that a 4 and that a 5. This is a 4. That is a 5 and a 4, which gives me a thing to fling. That is a 5 and a 6 and a 4. Okay, so the 2 gets flung twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a 2, which means that's a 2, if I remember what my colors mean. 50-50 on that. That's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 2, because these are a 3, 4 pair now. But the 2 also got flung 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there, exactly. So there's no longer a 6 on here, nor is there a 5 on here. This is only 1 or 4 now. Let me finish up this grid. These are a 2, 3. Maybe I can't actually finish up this grid yet. These are a 5 and a 2. This is pink for sure and is a 5. Oh, so that makes that a 2 and that a 5. Okay, so maybe this is actually done. Purple, making this blue and this blue, making this 3 and this this a 2. Oh, did I ever actually do this? Yes, I did actually do that. Ah, this is the one that I have not yet resolved. I need to resolve that 2, 3. Oh, but it is resolved because of that. If I pay attention. So that is a 3, which means ketchup is a 3. That's a 2 and a 2. Means we've got a grid done. So these are 1, 3, and 6. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 6. This is a 1 or a 3. These are 3, 6, and 2. I believe that one's not a 6. Giving a 2, 3 pair. Okay, good, good, good. 6, 1, 5. Okay, so probably should look over at what this is. Ah, this is a 3 regardless. That's amazing, because if this is a 1, then that's a 3, and if this is a 4, that's a 3. So this digit's just always a 3, somewhat miraculously to me. So one of these two digits is a 3. But funnily enough... Oh, no, that's the digit that can't be a 3. Darn it. But not usefully. This is a 4, 5, or 6. Yeah, so where is the 1 or 4 slingshot? The 1 or 4 here is slingshot to there or there. So those would be the 4th spot and the 5th spot. So these are 4 or 5. But notice there's already a 4 corner marked in the box. So this actually is a 5. And this being a 5 means this 1, 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means this is a 4 and that's a 1. Somewhat bizarrely. So that's a 1. Also somewhat bizarrely to me. That 2 means these aren't 2 anymore. So those are a 3, 4 pair. These are a 2 and a 6. So that is a 3 and a 2. These are... Well, that's the 3 for the column. That's the 6 for the column. These are a 4 and a 5. I don't know the order yet. This is a 1 or a 4 because it's not a 5, actually, which means that is the 5 and that's the 4, which means this is a 5 or a 6 and that's a 5 or a 6. These are 1, 4, and 6 in some undisclosed order. This is a 1, a 4, or a 6, just by Sudoku. And this is a... Oh, this has lots of options, doesn't it? Well, it's at least 2. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, because I know this digit doesn't go anywhere else. So this is from 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's not a 2 and it's not a 5 by this grid. So this can actually only be a 3 or a 4 if I look at it. Putting a 1, 4, or 6 in one of those two cells. That 3, 4 pair means that's not a 4. Hey, Rift Clown, hope you're doing well. Yes, we've got 1s coming over here. All right, so people are saying something about the killer cage. Row 12, column 8. Isn't a 3 because of the slingshot next to it. Right. If this was a 3, then this clue wouldn't be a 6, it would be a 1. So that is a very good spot from Rangsk. 2 and 3 and 3 and 1 and 4. 4 and 1 and 4. 6 and 2 and 6 and 1 and 3 and 6 and 5. So second grid done. Okay. There's something really heinous we could do here, but I don't want to do it if I can avoid it. 3 in row 4 of the killer grid. Aren't there a lot of places where 3 in row 4 of the killer grid could go? So just as an example, Dorlier, this 4 is getting shot to here by this, because that 4 is going 2 spots in that direction. Oh, the other row 4. Ah, right. That is a 3. Okay, got it. Yes, because I am not putting a second 3 in the box. So that's a 4 now by similar Sudoku nonsense. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 5 are what go in here. So that's not 1 or 5. That's not 1 or 5. This is the other 2, 6. Okay, there's definitely a 5 in one of these cells. I guess that's not really noteworthy, but I'm going to mark it anyway. Not that one. 3 or 4 are both in grid 3, row 1, 2, column 6. Because I've got to put 3 and 4 in these 3 cells, so one of these is a 3 or a 4. What if that were a 3 or a 4? If that was a 3, this would need to be a 2. If this is a 4, that would need to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if this were a 3 or a 4, it would go with a 1 or a 2 up there. 2 is already used in column 6. Oh, because I did not pay attention to the 2 by Sudoku that I got there, is the point. Yep, so one of these 2 is a 2. So if I sort of just mark in, what can these cells be? What we just said is that neither of them are 2. And one of these needs to be 3 or 4. This one being 3 does not work, right? Because this one being 3... No, this one being 3 would... It's this one being 4 that doesn't work. If this is 4, then that needs to be 2, and that's not possible. So we have that. Is not a 2. This being a 1 doesn't work because this being a 1 makes that a 5, and that doesn't work. This being a 6 would make that a 6. That doesn't work. This being a 5 would make that a 3. I think that's acceptable. This being a 4 would make that a 1. This being a 3. This being a 3 doesn't work because it would make that a 2. So this is a 4 or a 5. If this is a 4, that's a 1. And if it's a 5, it's a 3. So this is always 1 or 3. Is, I think, the upshot of that. Yeah, we can certainly fill in what this cage is because it's everything except 3 and 5. So can say that this is 1, 2, 4, and 6. I agree with that. This is 1 or 2. So that's also 1 or 2. I guess that's very noteworthy. We have a 1, 2 pair in this row. So this is not 1 or 2. Okay, so that's huge. This cell's not 1 or 2 is very large. This cell, whatever this 1 or 2 is, it's not in one of those cells. So therefore it's there. So these two cells have to have the same value, which means they have to be 1s. So that's not a 1. And now we're placing the 1 up in this grid. So it's not a 4. sorry, it's not a 3, I guess. Okay, yeah, these are, what are these? These are, oh yeah, sorry, Mark is not going to be too helpful. 2, 4, 5. This is certainly not a 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5 would place the 1 on top of the 2, so this is a 4. And if that 1 goes up 1, 2, 3, 4, it ends up there. That's my 1. It's no 1. Okay. So we have all of that. Oh yeah, now the 1 fires that 1 back this direction. That's cool. Yeah, so that 1 shoots it there. So that makes that a 4, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 4. Wait, what? I did not do that correctly. That's a 4, was the whole point. What did I do? I don't even know. I clicked the wrong cell. That sounds right. Or I clicked the right cell and then there was a delay. It's a 6 and a 4 and a 1. Oh, how did that cell get touched at all? Okay. Let's go back. Okay. There we go. 4 goes there. That's a 3 and a 4. That's a 1 and a 4. This is a 2 or a 6. I was doing something creative, okay? I thought you might appreciate some extra 4s in the grid, just this one time. Okay, so whatever digit this is, it's going in either the 2nd or the 5th spot. Well, it's not going in the 2nd one, because if it's going in the 2nd one, it's a 1, and that's not a 1. So it's going in the 5th spot. So that's a 5, and that's a 2, which means that this is a 6. Means that those are 1, 5, so this is a 2. And now what is going in the 5th spot? Did I somehow miscount again? Did I really miscount? Let's try again. Okay, so if this is a 2, if this is a 2, it goes there. And I don't know anything about that digit, really. If this is a 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If this is a 5, then it's a 4 or a 6, which is eminently plausible. I did go up 3. You're completely right. But people think we can do something in row or in grid 1. Let's see. There's probably like a Sudoku thing or something. Right. There's a corner marked 3 that seems to go here. This is a 5 or a 6 for sure. And so that is a 4. Making those not 4. That is a 6 and a 1. This is a 2, 5, or 6. We'll find the I-wing eventually. Let's see. Row 9, column 6. Are these markings correct? I think they are, right? I think we did this correctly. No one I don't think anyone tried to correct me at the time when I did it. It's because one of these needs to be a 3 or a 4. Yeah, I seem to read them backwards about half the time anyway, so I will agree. Oh, this seems to be a 5. Right. Garion has the sort of the corollary of what I was just saying, We can't put both 3 and 4 here because we already sort of exhausted all the options. None of them involve putting 3 or 4 here. So this needs to be a 3 or a 4, and it's not a 4. So this needs to be a 3. So that's a 1. So that's a 4. So that's a 2 and a 2. That's a 6 and a 6. These are 1, 5. Oh, these aren't 2. That's a 2. These are 5 and 6. So that's a 6 and that's a 5. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 5, which sorts out the 2 and the 5. So now that 2, funnily enough, oh no, maybe not. I thought it was going to tell me something 1, 2. These are 3 and a 6, 6 and 3. Okay, so this now just tells me that that's a 6 and a 2 and a 5 and a 6 and a 2 and a 5 and a 6. That 6 also tells me that that's a 4 and a 6. That's a 1. That's a 5 and a 1. 2, 3. That's a 4. And the betting tree is a 2, it would seem. Lovely puzzle, Tallcat. I found that absolutely fabulous to do. So I hope your airplane day has gone well. But yeah, very neat intra-grid logic there. And there were a lot of neat little bibs and bobs in that one. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to do a 6x6 or 2, and I'm going to make sure I stop in time to do the premiere of Rangsk and I solving the Sudoku in just a moment. So I will be back very shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. Well, since we just did a slingshot puzzle, I figure we can do a slingshot puzzle again. Although I'll note this slingshot puzzle is a slingshot Fillomino puzzle rather than a slingshot Sudoku. So again, we're going to sort of draw our ominoes in the grid, fill them all with whatever digits they wish to have. I think we're going to get right away that this is a 1. By the way, what is the circle? Inside the circle is a single-digit number. Oh, interesting. Okay. So this has got to be a 1 because I've got to shoot this thing from here to here, whatever that thing is. This is a oops. This is a Shemamino immediately. Oh, yes, I did move the mic farther away. Thank you. Good point. So the question is, does this say the closest or not? Oh, no, the rules actually specify the slingshot even says it has to be in the same region. So not only is it the same number, it's the same region. And so therefore, if this was blue, we'd have a real problem because we'd be saying that we had a blue cells away, but there's a blue down there. So this cannot be blue. This must be gray. But because of the rules, we in fact need to make sure these two blues become friends. They're the same blue, in other words. So the blues go there for sure. So now we're talking about where blue goes down here, right? Oh, but this is pointing up. Oh, this is confusing. The thinking about the consequences of this is very confusing. I can never make this blue. That's certainly true. Because if I made this blue again, I'd have to make blue cells away, but that's going to more than exhaust all the blue cells. So that's certainly blue. It seems like this could just be a 1. People are saying blue right. Blue is large enough that if blue takes an arrow, I'm off the edge of the grid. Because blue is more than 7 cells. So blue just can't take this, not because of any like self-referential sort of business, purely because the grid isn't big enough. Blue can't take that. So blue can do this. Blue seems unlikely to me to be a single-digit number. This number, I'll note, is at least 2. Right. These are not the same. That's the other thing I keep saying is that yeah, if these two were the same, I would have a big problem. So they're not the same. And this one's not a Shemamino, but it's known not to be blue. So we can do that. And so this is blue. We know. I don't believe that, DWeb. These rules don't say it's the closest. So as soon as this cell is blue, I think this could be anything. But I should fill in the I should fill in that I know there's edges there. For sure. So So is blue now large enough that it can't possibly be a single digit number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Blue can't possibly be a single digit number in size. So blue doesn't take that. I have bitten the bullet and done that math to figure it out. So this thing is somewhere. Let's see. If blue takes this cell, is that a problem? I don't think so. Oh. This has to be blue, right? This has to be blue. If it's not blue, what else is it going to be? If this was, say, carnival cake instead of blue, now I'm saying I have to get a cell that's in the same region as carnival cake into this column somewhere. Well, that's not going to happen. So this is not carnival cake, it's blue. And exactly the same thing happens here. If this is carnival cake, I'm saying I'm getting something that's in the same region as carnival cake in this column, and that's not going to happen. So those are blue. So these are 1, 2, or 3, just by virtue of that. And that one's certainly not 1. One of these couldn't be 1 because it's not just pointing at the same number, it's pointing at the same number in the same region. Oh, right. And this can't be a 1 or a 2 because those aren't the thing. So this is a 3, and that's a 3, and that's a 3. Good spot to deweb there. Can make these rust. And so 1, 2, 3, that is now part of blue as well. Yeah, so as soon as this is a 3J, it just needs to take up 3 cells and it eats up all of them. Was what happened there. This one could not be 2 because there were no blue cells in the 2 cells that it saw. Because this one needed a blue cell, and the first blue cell it was going to get was that one, which was 3 away already. That's what happened. Row 6, column 2 cannot be 1 because of the rules. The rules specifically say it points at not only the same number, but the same region. It's because the rules are not like just slingshot. It's the same region part that is relevant. Yeah, that's what's going on. This thing needs to work its way over to here. And I think it's already sort of priced into like almost being, it's already priced into being 8 or 9 cells anyway, right? I guess it could work its way over to something like there. It's going to have to be pretty large, I believe. But this circle needs to work its way into this column, and then blue needs to work its way under that. I'm trying to think of the way to articulate this that works. This thing, the only cell that this region can take is that one. I agree with that is in this column. So these two are the same region, so that blue is not cut off from either cell. Because if this were green, then green would do this, and then hunter would separate blue. And if this was green, then it would have to wrap around this way, and that would also separate blue. And hunter doesn't want to separate blue. And so blue has to go under because Hunter isn't coming from this direction. So blue certainly has to go under. Now, in order for Hunter to connect to Hunter, Hunter has to go through here, which means blue has to connect around. Again, in order for Hunter to connect to Hunter, Hunter has to come around this way, which means that blue has to come around. Now, this is a 2 or a 3. Right, this blue has to connect back to blue, so it has to go there. Now, this is a 3. 1, 2, 3. So those are a triomino. Oops, those are a triomino. They can join the likes of the other triomino. And so now this is obligated to be part of Hunter. Like that. And this is blue, and this digit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is a 7. And we have successfully completed the puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And these are a 21, so we can fill that. Oops, 21. There we go. Oh, the message actually said the size. Very nice. I did not actually see it. Let me delete the 7 so I can see it again. Oops. There we go. The other region is 21. Cute. That is adorable, so that I would not have to count it, although then I closed it so I could count it. But I agree with M. Nasty's count. That was very cute. Let's see. I'm not sure that I'm ambitious enough to try and complete another 6x6. Am I? Let's see. Is there a 6x6 that I can definitely complete in 15 minutes? There might be somewhere in here. Let's see. I'm scrolling through my my list. Didn't you tell me that yours I should reserve 90 minutes for, Rangsk? I seem to recall being told that I should reserve 90 minutes for your 6x6. Oh, there's a different one. There's a Rangsk called Pegasus. Okay, there we go. Okay, we can do that. Oh, this is the one. This is not hard. Okay. I have been avoiding this one because I thought this was the one that I was warned should I should allow lots of time for. Okay, so okay, so one thing I see right away is that because this is a 1-3 cage, these are 1 and 3. So the thing I actually did there was to say that these add to 13 and these add to 9, so therefore these add to 4, which makes them spell out their own name. So these are now 4, 5, because that's the only way to make 9 that doesn't use a 3. And so these are now 6 in the other one. There's a very similar thing happening over here, where these sum to 10, and therefore these are 1 and 2. Also, a thing that is impossible for me to remember is that the only way to make 10 is 4, 6. I will never remember that for any amount of time in my life at all, is basically what I have resigned myself to. These are 3 and 5. So these are 1 and 4, just for the record. These sum to 6, and these sum to 6. So there's 2 different sums to 6 is the point. So I'm about to fill in this cell. Oh, also there's only one way to make 11 while I'm talking about things. But one of these is 1, 5, and one of them is 2, 4, because the whole box sums to 21. So if these sum to 15, this needs to sum to 6. That's the other way to make 6, which means this cell sees all of 1, 2, 4, and 5, which means this is a 3 or a 6 for whatever reason. But actually now, because of this 5, 6, I now can't put 6 in either of those cells, so this cell actually now has to be the 6. So I did not need to do the whole elaborate thing that I did here. It was probably unnecessary. So one of these is a 6. This 1 or 4 is blue. So this 1 or 4 is green, because 1 and 4 are different colors. Let's see. This 8 is 2, 6, or 3, 5. Is one of those obviously broken? Let's see. Oh, Malcor sees a Y-wing. Which could be the name of a children's Sudoku book. But I agree, there is a Y-wing here. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this coloring and highlight the Y-wing, which I assume is what the point of the puzzle is. So let me write in what this can be a priori, and then we'll see what actually happens. So these can be 2, 6, or 3, 5. But the point of the novel Malcor Sees a Y-wing is that this configuration is called a Y-wing. This is the pivot. If you're newer to Sudoku, you might never have seen this before. Malcor called this a bent triple, which is a totally reasonable name for it. And the way you often tend to spot these is that these are like a 4, 5, 6 triple, except they're not necessarily different. And so usually what happens when you spot one of those is you look at it and decide it tells you absolutely nothing. But in this instance, it actually tells us something. And the thing that it tells us is that this digit can't be 6. And the reason for that is that if this is a 4, this becomes a 6, which then says this can't be 6. And if this is 5, that becomes a 6, says that can't be 6. So the real conclusion here is one of these two digits is always a 6. And so this is never a 6, and so this is never a 2. And so now I presume we find a 1, 2, 3 Y-wing as well. In some capacity. Seems like the kind of thing we would do. Or there would be another 4, 5, 6 Y-wing. That would also work. So this one can be in a stylish mint with ketchup. And so this stylish mint with ketchup does exactly the same thing to this cell, where now whether this is 4 or 5, it forces one of these two to be 6. Is your favorite ice cream stylish mint or mint with ketchup? So each of those see this cell, so that is not 6, and so that is not 2. So these are now a 3, 5 pair. Remembering that these added to 6 makes those a 2, 4 pair. This has got to be the other one, so this is a 1, 5 pair, which makes that a 4 and a 1. And now these two need to add to 7 without using any of the other digits. And so I need to find two digits that add to 7 out of the digits 1 and 6. And so in a surprise twist, they are 1 and 6 are the ones that I am using. So we get that. These are, let's see, 5 in column 3 has been called. So 5 in column 3 is there, because it's probably not in these two cells. That's a good spot. So 5 in column 3 now. Basically, the whole point of all of these Y-wings is that we locked 5 out of these two cells so that we could place 5 there. Or place 2 there, whatever makes you happy. So that makes that a 6 and a 1, which makes that a 4 and a 5. Makes that a 5 and a 4, and a 6. Into 6. Now, I'll note, just to remind you if you're sort of new to bent tripledom, in this instance, it turned out that these were actually triples. They were actually a 4, 5, and 6 in both instances. That need not have been the case. It could have been that this was a 5, and these were both 6, and it was a 4, 6, 6 triple. That does happen sometimes, so you have to be a little careful when you are working with your bent triples. And just get used to the fact that a lot of the time you spot a bent triple, once you learn what they are, they will not be useful. Also, I will note, for whatever reason, if you do only variant Sudoku, You will very rarely come across Y-wings because most people consider it to be a little bit in poor taste to put a Y-wing in a puzzle. Uh, I am not sort of averse to Y-wings. I do not. I wouldn't throw shade about Y-wings, but you just won't come across it very often. So like, I think probably in the 180, however many streams it is that I have been doing. What is this number? This is number 188. I think I have explained what a Y-wing is a total of probably less than 10 times, because in all the thousand-ish puzzles that I have done, I have come across them that infrequently. They don't show up so often in Fillomino either, actually. Not only do they not show up too often in Variant Sudoku, they also don't show up often in Fillomino. So this is a 3, and this is a 1. Excellent puzzle. That was a very cool sort of double Y-wing business. If you want to practice your Y-wings, I recommend the puzzle Wings of the Pegasus by Naverio, right? It is Wings of the Pegasus? No, Wings of the Pentagon, right? Is Wings of the Pentagon? There's a Naverio puzzle whose title starts with Wings of and has a P word after it. I think it's Wings of the Pentagon. That is good practice with spotting your very own Y-wings. But yeah, they do show up, and certain setters will use them more often than others within their puzzles, certainly. So like, there are definitely people who use them more often. Yeah, the generally, I would say if I want to see a Y-wing in a puzzle, I want it to be very deliberately set up and telegraphed that it is important. Which means that I probably want there to be a clued cell at each of the points of the Y-wing. So like, if I wanted these are all clued cells. So that is within the realm of what I would want. I would not put a Y-wing in the random wrap-up portion of a puzzle. Like, if there was a Y-wing in the random wrap-up portion of the puzzle, I would probably just throw in a clue so the person didn't have to find it. Most of the time. I think, for example, I have never published a puzzle that requires a Y-wing. I think there is a Y-wing in black and white that you can find depending on what order you resolve the clues, but I don't believe any of the puzzles I've ever published have required a Y-wing. I have tried to set puzzles that have a Y-wing as the break-in, just to be clear. It's not that I've like avoided it. I've tried to set I have tried so many times to set a puzzle where it was like, these are circles that count things, and I've tried to set up a Y-wing in the circles that count things and have it do something to be like a Zeta E puzzle, but I have never quite gotten it to work. Yeah, this is a very nice setup, and of course, being a 6x6 makes it a makes any sort of things that you can do. Microstudy is wishing that I had put a Y-wing in Reef. Yes, that would have been a perfect thing to add to the break-in of Reef, would be a little Y-wing just to spice things up, just in case the beginning isn't scary enough. Alrighty, well, we're going to shut down this stream and head over to Rangsk stream for a watch party of Rangsk and I solve a Sudoku together. I think this will be a lot of fun, so I look forward to seeing you over there. But for this stream, thanks for watching. Bye for now, and I'll see you next time. And welcome to all the new folks, by the way. I've seen a lot of new folks. Feel free to say hi in chat if you're new and have not yet done so, but I've seen a lot of new folks chatting, so it's been great to see. All right. Well, I'm going to hop over there, so you'll see me in text. You'll see Rangsk in chat over there. Tristan will post a link, and I think Tristan will set it up so that you're automatically sort of moved over there as well. I don't know if that's actually possible, but there'll definitely be a link. And we can see what fun, crazy things happen. YouTube kind of has raids. I don't know if it has raids for premieres or not. Tristan will have to tell us. Hey, Rabia. Welcome. All right, there we go. We have the link, so we can head over there and watch the premiere. So anyway, as I said, thanks for watching, everyone. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much to David, by the way, for giving out the memberships. Enjoy your memberships, and I'll see you all over at Rangsk Stream. So thanks for watching. Bye for now. Ending.